Like I said, my name is Kara Yates. I am a 5th grade teacher at Moyer Elementary School in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. My handle is down there. I will just start to skim the surface of CoSpaces today, but if you log in, you can see some things that my kids have done throughout the school year. This was my first year getting started with CoSpaces, and so my kids grew a whole lot this year, but more importantly, I grew a whole lot this year. So we'll get started with what is CoSpaces. Are you looking for new ways to engage your students, introduce student-led activities, put your technology to use, get students to take ownership of their learning, introduce PBL into your classroom, challenge your students to think critically, and prepare your students for jobs that don't yet exist? If you said yes to any of those things, then CoSpaces is one option for doing all those things and more. Students and teachers can easily build their own 3D creations, animate them with code, and explore them in virtual and augmented reality. So this may be a lot of what is she even talking about here, but let's think about a diorama and building and constructing, and think of the old shoeboxes that we used to have to bring in and create. And while that's one option still, this is bringing it to life in a digital world. So that is exactly what CoSpaces will do for you today. So let's get started. You'll see some pictures to the side here, and those are some pictures of my students working at the top, some 5th graders, but then you'll see in the lower right-hand corner, those are my 5th graders with their 2nd grade buddies, and once they became geniuses in it, they shared their genius with their 2nd grade buddies. And so a lot of my kids were really nervous. They said, I don't feel like I'm a genius in this, and I don't feel like I've got it all down, but once they sat down with these 2nd graders, you should have seen them come to life and say, wow, I really do understand this, and I really can do great things, and I can teach others about it. So what I'm going to show you today, and I'm actually going to share from my iPad to show you the actual CoSpaces app. I'm going to start by showing you the gallery that CoSpaces gives you as an educator. You can see it as soon as you log in. These are pre-made creations by CoSpaces and other users. This is an easy way for you and your students to get started, to get some ideas, to play around and just see what it's all about. I'll also share with you some 5th grade student samples, some creations. I'll go into their gallery and show you around what they created in CoSpaces, and then show it to you in virtual reality and augmented reality so that you can actually bring it into the room. So fingers crossed that actually works for me today in this room. And then I'll show you behind the scenes. I'll start a new space and I'll show you how to drag in the backgrounds, how to bring in characters, change them, and then introduce you to the beginning step of the coding on that side. I will tell you it'll be uncomfortable at first. You'll see it and you might think, what is she doing? But once we get started and once you get the app and you get it downloaded and get to playing, it'll make a little more sense. So bear with me here. I'm going to share my iPad screen. That's not what I wanted. All right, here we go. So once you get into CoSpaces, this is what you're going to see at first. You're going to log in and create your account. At the end, I will share with you that it is free to have the basic package. If you get into this, my school, we got into it and I started learning about it. I shared it with a couple of other teachers. Kids started talking about it. So our district said, okay, the kids are excited about it. They're learning, they're growing, they're creating some really amazing pieces. We're gonna buy the package. And so we'll talk about that at the end, kind of your next steps and how to get started. So this is starting in, and you'll see here in the gallery, as I said, these are ones that have already been created by CoSpaces. And so they have them sectioned off into the various topics here. So you can get some ideas for how you can include this into your classroom. So we'll take a look here. There's a Romeo and Juliet one that I thought was pretty neat for you to see how you can create different pages. So kids can read a story, they can read a book, and then they can create these scenes that show the the story and how it all rolled out. And then you can assess for their comprehension. But at the same time, kids can write a piece of their own and then go into CoSpaces and quote, illustrate it using this virtual reality. So if we open here, it will load and you'll be able to see how we can move around in this space that they've created. So here it will tell you at the bottom there just what the space is about and how you can follow through the scenes. So here you'll see that it's showing about Romeo and Juliet falling in love. So what you see here are houses, you see balloons, and you also see how the characters are labeled. Those labels can stay or you can take the labels off. When we go behind the scenes, you'll see that these characters are available, but you can change their t-shirt colors. You can change their skin tone, their hair color. You can make them look however it is that you need them to look, or however the child visions those characters in the book for looking. So this is scene 1, and it's pretty amazing what you'll see on the back side how this is created, all of the work that goes into creating this. So when you click on the bottom down here, you'll see that it'll go to the next slide. So scene 2, and you see some dialogue. You still see the captions of which characters are being shown, but you see how they've labeled the scenes and what's going on. So we'll click through the rest of these for you to just see. As I said, these are pre-made, so these have already been made for you. Once again, we have characters conversing, the dialogue, and working out each of these scenes for the duel. And it goes on into for scene 9. So those would continue to go. And as you can see, students can read a book and then show their progression of the story and how they visualize it. Kids can, I'll talk to you about how you can put kids on the same group so that they can all work together to build these worlds. They can work independently and then compare and say, oh, I made this character look this way, or this is how I envisioned this happening. So that's just one example of language arts. So I'm going to go in here and go back to the gallery. You can see there's social sciences, there's STEM and coding, but I'm going to go into my classes here. You'll see that I've created 2. Now I said earlier that I started out with just my class and I had, I want to say 25 spots, but once I started introducing it and learning with other teachers and learning with the students and they started to talk, I wanted it in my other science classes that I was teaching. The other science teacher and the language arts teachers, they wanted to teach it with their students this year and get their feet wet with it. So we did buy the license for everyone in 5th grade to have this access at this time. So when I click on my class here, and I only have a few because the kids are gone for the summer, so their iPads were taken and wiped. So I have a few here to show, but I want to start with one of my students and a world that she created. So this was just playing around. We did a lot this year, and I'll show you where we put it into the curriculum. But at first, the most important thing is to just let the kids play. And before that, for you to just play around, to get in there and to get your feet wet and to see what you can learn, because it's amazing what the kids will do once you just give them those tools to get started. So I'll open up the farm here that she created. And it starts off a blank canvas, and you'll see that whenever we go in. But she's brought in each of these characters into her story. So you can see the farm. She's brought in each of these pieces of fencing, all of her animals. And here on the side of the work side, you'll see that nothing's moving, nothing's happening or going on. Everything's stationary. But she has placed these where she wants them to be in her space. So this all changes when I go to the top and I push play. Now I'm going to play my scene and see what it is that she wants me to see inside of her world. Now you'll start to see that things are moving. There is a video camera, and that shows what angle you are whenever you get into the world. So I can use the arrow down here in the bottom left to go through the world, or I can scan across the screen and then go. So now you see she's coded her sheep to be jumping into the air. We can go on around, and we've got the rabbits over here. We've got rabbits that are sleeping over there in the corner. As we continue to go, we've got a pig that's been coded to be rolling around on the ground. There are cows here in the back and they're all eating. She synced each of those to be eating at the same time. The horse is in the barn. And then my favorite part over here, when we get to the super cool dancing billy goats over here. Yeah, you do have to avoid the fence and actually walk around it. But you can see they're pretty hip and pretty cool dancing there. Along the perimeter, we've got some kids and they're moving pretty quickly here, but they're saying, "This is so fun, I know." And then you'll see the little brother in the back that's saying, "Wait up, sis," and trying to catch up. So she's coded each of those characters to go along a track, and she's told how fast she wants them to run, when she wants, which character she wants in front of the other. I'm going to check the screen here. I see a question about, do students have a choice whether their space will be private or public? Who can see them? Is there a unique URL to their creation? So at this time, what they can do when they're creating their spaces, they can click a button that will allow me to see that. As their teacher, I will have access into their account. So she has, my student here has shared hers with me, and then I've been able to go from there. But as far as sharing, it is private, and so it's only been shared with me. And that's how I like to keep it at this time. But for some of them, I have screen recorded them so that I can share out, and so that the students, I can share with others and tweet them out, or talk to CoSpaces or other teachers about what's going on. But it's definitely something that can be shared out, but I'm not sure about a URL. That's a really good question. Let's click here and see. So share unlisted, that would be on the actual CoSpace app. It's going to share as one that you'll see in the gallery over here, published to the gallery. So this is with a link that they can share out, and this is actually sharing onto the gallery. So great question there. That's even me learning something new today. So that was one of my students there that just had a little bit of fun, but I want to take you into my space that I actually would work from. So this is you, and this is what the students are going to see on their end. So this is me creating my own space. So I'm just going to walk you in today and let you see what it looks like whenever you first start out, because it truly is a blank canvas and you can pull into it lots and lots of ideas. So whenever I create my scene here, I'm going to create a 3D scene. And as I mentioned before, you're going to start with this video camera. And it's really, really important, because where this light is shining, that is the vantage point whenever you push play. That camera shines directly into the scene. So you'll see that once we get there. So when I go over here to the bottom left-hand corner, I'm going to see my ideas for environment. So I can decide if I want it to be cloudy, if I want it to be night, if I want it to be sunny. But I can also come over here, and this is where I'm going to get my background. I'm going to decide what I want my background to look like. So let's say we're learning about the solar system and we're talking about the moon. So now I have my backdrop of the moon. That's when I want to go to my library, and they're going to give me ideas for characters to bring in. You'll see to the left here, there are characters, there are animals, there are lots and lots and lots of ideas. But at the same time, there's also an upload button. And this is where you can search the web. If there's not something in the library that you or your students want to bring into their world, you can pull it from the web. So let's start with the library. And as we go through here, like I said, you can change their clothing colors, you can change their hair, you can change their skin tone. And so that way you can make your characters look however it is that you want them to look. So I'm going to keep scrolling until I get to my astronauts, and I'm going to pull them into the world here and make them a little bit bigger. And then I'm just going to touch that circle there to continue moving down. So I'm going to have my 2 astronauts here on the moon. And so while I could put an American flag, I can put, a rocket, I can put all of those things into here to drag in. I'm going to start just simple today and show you how to code and animate just these 2 characters that I've brought into the scene. Can you hide the library showings for differentiation? So I'm not sure that you can eliminate items or put not have items on there for the students to use. If that's what you're asking, I'm not sure that you can hide anything on there, but that's something to definitely look into. But I think that comes with it, just all of those options are on there. So taking a look here at our astronauts. So I can place them wherever I would like them to be. I can rotate them, have them looking at one another. But when I click on them, that is where I'm going to see my options here. I can rename him. So he can be anything that you wish for him to be there. But you can also make him speak. You can say hello. So that's where those speech bubbles where they were talking to one another. You can also do just simple animation. So you can have him doing really easy things. He can be clapping. And you're going to see as we go in, these are the basic features there that you can have them do. So maybe our lady astronaut here is cheering. They are very happy. They have landed on the moon. And so this is the very simple. Your students can do this very easily by just double clicking and clicking on the animation there. But when you go into the coding, that's where it gets a little more difficult and a little more higher level. But if I want my characters to stay where they are on the moon, I'm going to lock them into place. And that just means, like on the one that I showed you on the farm, she had a lot of little pieces of fencing. She had a lot of animals. So while she was adding in other items into her space, she wanted to make sure to lock those in there so they wouldn't be moving around, because they get very small in there. And sometimes you can easily move them around without needing to. So let's click on her here. And it's going to be important to push code and then turn them on. In order to code them, you must turn their coding feature on by clicking the Use in Code block. So we're going to do that for both people here so that we can officially code them. So in order to code, I have to come up here to my coding button. But both of them have been turned on, so I can now code them. I'm going to use the script language of code blocks. Shelby, I may have missed this, but is it for iPad? These are for iPads. You can use them on Chromebooks. You can use them on any type of desktop computer. That's the beauty of it. You can use it across the board, which is really great. And so on the iPad, of course, it's going to be an app, but it'll be a website for you to go to on Chromebooks or on your desktop, which is great. So once I get into the coding here, I can make it full screen. And down here on the left side, these are all the things that the kids can do and you can learn, which is a lot. So I started very simple this year, just with transforming and with actions and events. So those were the three that we worked with this year. So I'm going to drag in whatever it is that I want my characters to do, remembering that I do have to turn them on in order for them to work. So I just am going to click and I'm going to drag. And I'm going to say, when I push the play button here at the top, when I go back into my world, I want my astronaut man to move, let's say 3 meters forward in 3 seconds. And so then I'm ready. I'm saying that's exactly what I want to happen. So I go back out of here, and then we're going to push play and hope that that works. So it's going to load here, pushing play. Let's get my camera. You'll see he did move there. Let's go back out because my camera is not in the right place here. And let's see what he does now. So he's moving there. You can see him moving forward, and you can move the camera so that you can see. So that's just a very brief intro into what it looks like on this backside. Like I said, there is a lot. When you go into this coding, you can have events take place. You can have things looping. As you saw in the student example, she had all the animals doing different things. She had all the characters running in circles on a track. And so there are lots and lots of levels, but that's absolutely not where we first started. I gave them the tools to get started. I showed them, and I worked with Heidi Neltner to just come in with our 5th graders and let them play. Let them drag over here. Let them see that whenever they pull something over, it doesn't work, and to figure out why. because you do have to, this is kind of that next level, but you do have to click the plus button up here in order to get different things working at the same time. So that's kind of that next level, as opposed to the beginning level of my astronaut man is doing this, my astronaut lady is doing that. So there's a deeper component. If you want things happening at the same time, you would have to go and add additional layers. But for time's sake today, I can't go completely into that, but I will tell you that there are a ton of tutorials, CoSpaces on their website. They provide great videos to watch. There are teachers that have added their experiences on there. So that is where I have done my learning after that initial meeting with Heidi Neltner. And I'll be honest, my students have taught me a whole lot about it as well, because they will play this and they will create, and I'll share with you here in a moment how we've embedded it into our curriculum and what sparked that interest in our students. So I'm going to go out of that and get back into my slides here so that I can finish up on time today. Let's look. Can students access their profiles and accounts from home, or is this an app that you need to be linked to a classroom? Our students have been able to use them at home, but it's all based on our internet usage for the iPads, because our students do take the iPads home. So they do use them at home. They do create from home, and they've not had any problems with that. So definitely, if that's an option for how long your kids can be, if there's any parameters around their login time, they can use it from home. So I hope that answered just some questions about what it will look like whenever you first get in, and being able to see from those different components. If we have time at the end, I do want to show you really quickly how to do the augmented reality and bring it into the room. But really quickly, I'll go into the connections to curriculum. So this year here, just a few things that the students have been working with, playing around with, but in language arts, scenes from their own stories, much like the Romeo and Juliet that I showed you, bringing their writing to life, where I mentioned that they can write a story and then they can create the scenes to show their story, to show, here's what it was in writing, but here's what I visualized as I wrote. And it really just gets them excited, and you get to see their stories come to life. They get to see their stories come to life, and they love, love, love to share that, as well as vocabulary exploration. And so, as you see on the screens here, on the screen here in this image, you'll see that this is for Spanish. And so they found images and then put the labels underneath. So they were exploring into the web and into the internet to find images that show their vocabulary, as opposed to just writing it in a notebook or writing definitions down or Googling it. They have that visual that helps them to learn, and they're doing it in a space that they think is really cool and really engaging. For social studies, you'll see here the image of the battle scene with the boats coming in and the horses and the different sides, as well as geography, and then timeline. So they can create the different pages to scroll through a timeline of that, from migration to current time, or a certain time period that you're working with. In science, ecosystems, animal habitats, in the solar system, a big unit that we did was we connected it to Earth's systems, where they created these worlds and they had to label at set parameters. So you have to have at least 2 things from the biosphere, 2 things from the hydrosphere, and they were able to create these games and these worlds where they could go and find. It was kind of a seek and find, and they would go and hide, water behind a bush. So then you had to kind of rotate in that play scene and walk around to find the water source as the character. So we did that this year. And then just some 21st century skills, PBL, digital literacy. You're working on coding, 3-dimensional, virtual reality, augmented reality. It really does embark on that creativity and those critical thinking skills. It can become super frustrating. For me, whenever I had all of my kids and we were exploring and learning, I would stop and say, okay, how did you get that to do that? And they would click and show me, and that is really your starting point right there. And then more than anything, that next step, collaboration and teamwork. You can put kids into the same rooms. That's my next level of learning, is having kids go into the room and work together. When we think about engineers and architects and creating buildings, when you get into that gallery, you will see houses with solar panels, and this is kind of that next step to that design thinking, and kids will absolutely love it if you let them just get their feet wet and explore. And hold me to it, you will love it too. So taking a look here, what now? Like, oh my gosh, where do I start? Where am I going to begin? Play around with it, watch tutorials, try out the gallery creations, and more importantly, just have fun. When you're having fun with it and not getting frustrated with it, then that's when the kids will eat it up too. So this summer, just dive into it, click around, play around, message me on Twitter, email me, whatever you need, and I can help you with whatever you need if I can answer it. If not, I'll tell you CoSpaces, EDU on Twitter. They are very, very good at responding back and answering and your questions if you have any. So here, the basic, it's free. Log in, and I saw someone ask if there was a time frame for the trial. I do not think so, because I played with the basic trial on my own before I got any training, at least over the summer, maybe even up to a year. So I don't think that there is a time frame on that. Don't hold me to it, but go ahead, click in it. I think it's free, like for all time. I think they give you about 25 slots there, but now we have 125. The Pro, there is a yearly fee. There are a number of different plans to fit the needs of your school. So talk to your administration about your technology department. And Title I schools do receive a 50% discount, which is really, really awesome. Know enough to just get your students started. Don't feel like you have to be a professional. I am still not a professional. There, like I showed you on the screen, there are so many different things you can do with this. And I'll tell you, by the end of the year, my kids were doing more with it than I even knew how to do it. Allow them to explore before you start to tie it to content. Just let them play, let them create, just like the farm I showed you. Let them create, let them explore, let them mess up, let them learn from one another before you start setting parameters on, here is my checklist. You must include this, this, and this. Let them get familiar with it first. And then connect to the content, form groups, and teach others. So take student engagement and learning to a whole new level. Practice putting them in teams so that they can work together and build the world. Like I said, that's my next step. And then spread your knowledge with other teachers and students. When it became large in my building was whenever I went to other teachers and showed them. When I started just talking to my homeroom kids and saying, share this with your friends, show it with your friends. And then they started to talk about it. Get that interest in it first, and then it can go above and beyond, and the kids will create some really cool things. It's not to say that you can't still do your dioramas or your cardboard creations. And what I started to do was I made this an option on a choice board. If you're going to create the different levels of this or show the different ecosystems, give them options for ways they can do it, but just make sure that you expose them to it and let them get a try, because kids will realize that they're really good at coding or they're really good at creating, and they'll have those aha moments because they'll think, I'm not good at this, and they'll want to get frustrated. But the number one thing for me, I told my kids, I tell my kids at the beginning of every school year, I'm not going to get frustrated with technology. So if you see me getting frustrated with technology, let's remind Ms. Yates, that's her goal. And when we talk about goal setting. And so when I remember that I've told my kids, I'm not going to get frustrated with technology, they tend to do the same thing. I'll say, remember, that was Ms. Yates' goal. So I'm going to come help you not be frustrated, because I know what it's like to be frustrated, and I'm trying not to do that as well. I put over here on the corner, if you want more and you're like, I already know everything about CoSpaces, what's that next level? There is a merge key where you can bring it to life in the palm of your hand. And I don't have one of these in my classroom yet, but that is somewhere that I also want to go in the future. I'm going to look up here and make sure that I don't have any more questions, which is awesome. So I just encourage you to try something new next school year by finding places for CoSpaces. And I've got about 3 minutes, so I'm going to try really quickly to show you the augmented reality, because it is seriously one of my favorite things. So we're going to go back to the QuickTime player here, and let's see if it'll let me do it. Play. Oh, it's not going to let me do it on here. So I'll just tell you about the augmented reality. It's not happening on this iPad for some reason. Okay, so what will happen, you'll see at the bottom right-hand corner down here, it will say AR. So here is where you can see it through the goggle lens. So you can hold it up and rotate it around on the iPad. But in the augmented reality, which is not Yeah, it's not an option for me on this iPad I'm having to use today, but it will actually bring it into the room. So I can bring these astronauts right here into my room that I'm presenting from today, which is really, really cool. Actually, if you go to my Twitter account and you scroll all the way back to like, I don't know, February, you'll see where I created a world of kids running around, this right here. And they're saying, I love Moyer, that's the school that I work at, and they're running around in circles, but I was able to actually bring this into the classroom hallway in my school through augmented reality. So I could bring it in and it looked like these kids were running around in the classroom. All the buildings were gone. It was just the hallway of our school and these kids were running around saying, I love Moyer, me too, me too. So that's kind of that next step. If you have questions about it, please let me know. As I said, I am no professional at this, but just over the last couple of months, I've really dug into it, mainly because I saw how excited my kids were to do it and how excited they were to share with others. So let me take a look and see. I don't see any other questions, but thank you all so much. I'm seeing like, this looks really cool. This is, I can't wait to try this. I really encourage you to try it because I learned a lot and it really gets the kids excited. So thank you so much for that. I am going to go back over here to the Google Hangout once I close out all of this, and I am going to stop sharing my screen because Amanda is up next. So thank you all so much. Like I said, reach out. Let me know if you have any questions. I would love to work with you and see what you know about CoSpaces and learn about CoSpaces.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Amanda, we can.
Okay, can you see my screen?
I can't see it yet. So up in that left-hand corner, that green arrow that says screen share.
Oh, okay, well, there we go. All right.
We can see you.
All right, can you see me now? Can you see my presentation? Is it loading?
Let me see here. Yes.
Can you see my Amanda Claire Presents? Can you see my presentation?
I am not seeing it on my end, but in the chat, if you're seeing it, chime in there, but okay. Okay, looks like you're ready to go, Amanda.
All right, can you see it? Can you see it yet?
I'm not seeing your slide.
Okay, screen share. Sorry, you all.
No, you're fine.
How do I get?
There you go. We're seeing them now. So just now go to present up there and you'll be perfect.
All right.
Awesome.
Can you see it?
Yes, you're good.
Perfect. All right. Well, guys, I'm Amanda Claire, and I'm a fourth grade teacher at Beechwood. And I'm a big technology person. I love the fact that when you go to a presentation that you have, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. That there's like different things that you can use as soon as you get back into the classroom. So today I'm going to start off in the background. I have Unsplash Photo is the photo that I used in the background. And also using Bitmojis in your presentations can also add a little bit of life to your presentation and give you some street cred with your students. So these are the things that I'm going to share today. I have about 15 different tools, and I am going to try to go through and just give you a snapshot of different ways that you can use that technology in your classroom. Some of them I know in and out, and others I know on very surface level because I just found out about it, but I'm really looking forward to using it in my classroom, or I know other people that have used it themselves that love it. So I'm going to be sharing that with you guys today. The first one that I'm going to share is Classroom Screen. I'm a huge fan of Classroom Screen. Over here, I have the different uses that that you could use this for. So random name picker, it kind of reminds me of classroomtools.net if you're familiar with that. You can change the background. There's a timer, voice level expectations, clock, QR code, exit poll. On here, I went into one of my friends, Ashley Ritchie. She teaches 2nd grade at my school, and she's really big into room transformations, which I love. And she was doing a camping day with her kids. And so this is how she got to set the stage to engage that day. As you can hear, there was like a fire crackling in the background, which, how awesome is that for those kids? And they were able to have like a little message to tell them what they were going to do that day. It is amazing. The kids love it, and it holds me accountable because with the timer, sometimes I'm kind of infamous for like getting started on something and I'm like, oh, it's time to go, blah, blah, blah. So it kind of helps me out. So when you log on to the website, it's just classroomscreen.com, you can choose a background. And so on here, you can click background, you can choose it to do whatever you want. It could be like a stagnant background, or there can be like a GIF or a GIF, however you say it. I'm going to say it both ways so I don't offend anyone today. So say you're doing something with penguins. You could have that in the background. You can put text in there to tell them what they're going to be doing, yada, yada. You can put up a timer. This is the one feature that I really, and you see you can move it around. I really like this because this lets my students know what the voice level expectations are for that activity. So it's very clear to them. Something that I think is pretty awesome that a lot of people don't know about because it's over here to the side. But if you put in the exit poll, like at the end of a lesson, the kids can say like, okay, I really like that lesson. Or one kid comes up to the smartboard and hits that, and it's just, they come up to the smartboard. And then at the end, once everybody's been able to do that, you can show the results and see what everybody thought of that lesson. Kind of gives you some good feedback as a teacher. So that is that. I'm going to move on to my next one. Okay, Frontier. This is one that I learned about the last week of school. And I don't know about you all, but engaging your students the last week of school is kind of a Jesus take the wheel kind of moment. And so I had my students do this one. It was a lesson on having them reflect on what do you like better, books or movies? Or sorry, yes, books or movies. And so this just, I took a video of one of my students doing part of this lesson so you guys could see what it looked like. So she had just watched a movie on Coraline, like a little video of it, and then had a little question and had to respond. So you can see she's able to self-do this, her like at her own pace. Her peers are doing it differently. I zoomed in on the question so you could see it. And then they're able to read. So they're making that connection between the video and that. And I just thought that was really, really cool. And right here, there's like a little snapshot of the difference between books and movies. So that was just one of the slides that they went through. So that little slide was comparing like the book, The Wizard of Oz, to the movie. Like what are the difference, what are similar, what's different? And the kids really liked it. It links to Google Classroom and to the ELA standards. And writing across the curriculum is super, super important to me. And so definitely worth checking out. You guys will have access to my presentation, so you'll be able to go into it. But you just log on there and you'll be able to sign in with Google, and then you can connect your students to it as well. Okay, next is Bitly. This is a great way to shorten URLs so your students could log on to a website. So it's easy for them to just type in. If you click on here, I really like the fact that once you have your account, well, it's free, but you can also see how many people have clicked on your website, which is really, really nice. So you can create your own Bitly. A lot of people used to use the goo.gl, but Google took that away. So this kind of has replaced that. So, but you can create your own website, and it's easy for kids to type in. So next, Letterboard. I am so obsessed with this, and a lot of people don't know that this exists, so I'm really excited to share this tool with you guys today. We all know that letter boards are like the up and coming thing because students, or like as a parent, like kids will, or parents will have their kids picture with a little letter board that says like first day of school, or it'll say like my kid's 1 month old today, whatever. Well, as teachers, we should be celebrating these big moments too. And so you can do this with this digital letter board. So how nice is it that you can make a letter board, but not have to mess around with changing the letters? So over here to the left, you guys can see I have a picture. My kids did a one word for 2019. I just made a cheap background with like a tablecloth and some balloons. And I had my kids hold out their hands like they were holding a sign. And then they chose their one word for the year 2019 that they wanted to focus on. So I made one for Kentucky Go Digital, but I'm going to show you guys just how simple this website is to use and how your kids could be using it. So let me go ahead and put in here. So let's say that I wanted to put, I got a 100% on my AR quiz. So they could do this. This is just a great way to celebrate different things that they accomplished. And then you just save your image as, you name it, and then the kids can put it into over top of their picture. When I did my 2019 thing, I had all of my kids, I just took all their pictures and put it inside Google Slides and then had them put their picture in there. I made a copy for each of them so they would have their own. That way they're not messing with anybody's. And then what I would recommend doing is having them delete all the other pictures of their classmates, so that way you're only just getting theirs. So that is that. I hope you guys love that as much as I do. I'm not seeing any questions yet, so I'm going to keep going. Okay, Walklet. I first heard about Walklet when I participated in Matt Miller's Twitter chat. I think it was back in like February, March. And after the Twitter chat, he had created a Walklet to kind of document all of the different tweets that were in the conversation. So it was, one, I felt really cool to be in a Walklet that Matt Miller had created. But two, it was nice for me to be able to go back and see all the different tweets and kind of, so if I wanted to go back and look at something, I just thought that was pretty awesome. My friend, Jennifer Gasser and Michelle White, they used Walklet with their class to have their kids put all of their different resources for their informative piece all together in one spot. And I thought that was awesome. Great idea of using this resource. I created a Walklet today for Kentucky Go Digital. So I'm just going to click on there. And so this is a great way you can put in, I guess it didn't save on my other one. So you can go in, you can edit it. I'll show you what to do. So you can add in URLs, you can add in text, YouTube, links, tweets, images, PDFs, something from your drive. It's awesome. So I guess I didn't save it on my other computer, but I had included like Katie Martin's website because I want to go back and I want to look at that book. And so that way I don't forget about those things. And I added in the CoSpaces website. I guess I just didn't save it on my other computer, but really limitless opportunities with that website. Next is Flippity. Flippity kind of reminds me of classroomtools.net as well, in the fact that it has a lot of different tools like the random name picker that we're all kind of familiar with. I'm going to click on here so you guys can see this. I found out about Flippity through a HyperDoc that I did with my class, and I'll talk more about HyperDocs and nerd out on that here in a few minutes. So, but on here, there was one with a scavenger hunt. But you can see, look at all these different tools that you can do. I did the Flippity typing test with my kids. They like that. I'm really a big fan of this Flippity timeline. I think that would be really cool if for social studies, or if you're reading a historical fiction and they want to put all the different times and dates in there. I just think that's pretty awesome. As a data person, I think this is definitely worth checking out, Flippity Progress Indicator. It takes your Google spreadsheet and turns it into progress indicator bars. Love that. Down here, the tournament bracket, that would be amazing for like a March Madness unit that you're doing or an activity with your kids, I think they would love that. So there's Flippity. Anybody looking over here at the questions? Excellent. Yes. Someone said, once you create your Walklet, you can easily share it with your colleagues. Yes, absolutely. When I went to KISTI, I created my Walklet and then just sent it the URL out with all my kids. With my fellow teachers, and that way they could have all those access to those resources as well. Medal of Honor. I'm going to quick give a shout out to Freedom Foundations. If you are not familiar with Freedom Foundations, I would suggest writing that down and checking it out. My friend Don Norris had told me all about it, and it was a life-changing event for me. It is free, and in this world of professional development with $0, it's really important to know about programs like this. Through the Freedom Foundations, I was able to go up to Pennsylvania and learn about the war on terrorism. They have all different types of programs, but one of the aspects of the program is that you learn about the Medal of Honor character development program that they offer. And so I got professional development on how to implement this into my curriculum. But it's also available online. So I'm going to click on here, and you have to create an account. But the beautiful thing is that you don't have to put in a password, because I don't know about you all, but I am the worst at remembering my passwords. So I think this is pretty beautiful that I just have to type in my email. So you can, over here to the side, you can search it by the value. Oh, is it going to make me type it in again? Sorry. So if you look over here to the side, you can do it by value. The Medal of Honor is all based upon these character traits, these values. And so you can, with your students, click on here. So say I wanted to do a lesson on patriotism. And it goes through and it will find all of the different lessons that they have based upon on patriotism. So, sorry. So say I want to explore the 6 core values, it's going to go through here, and everything is all at your fingertips. This one my kids loved. I cried. If you've never heard Miles Eckert's story, so it's all there for you. It's done for you. It's beautiful. So that is that. Next one, vocabulary. There's my boy Michael Scott. I learned about this through one of my colleagues, and I'm a firm believer that you have to change with the times, and our kids learn through music. And I like music as well, but they'll remember the content because of the rap songs and the hip hop lyrics that you have through here. I am the queen of free. I don't pay for anything, but I would pay for vocabulary with my own personal money because I believe in it so much. So I'm going to click on here so you guys can see what it looks like. All right, so on here you can see it's connected to all of the different standards. But when I go up here, so say I just knew already what I wanted to teaching point of view, and I want to see if they have something on here. So click on here. I'm going to show you guys what one of the videos kind of sounds like.
Every story has a narrator, and every narrator has a different point of view. Which point of view is yours? Let's go. Everybody wants to know my point of view. First person is me, second person is you.
And it is catchy. You will catch yourself singing them without your class around. But there's all sorts of different vocabulary games. My kids really like those. The nice part is they have some different read and respond activities. Teacher resources. It has lesson plans. It's beautiful. You can do a free trial. I had to create a free trial last night because my one from last year is expired, but I'm signing up for it for the fall with our school. So it's definitely worth the money. It's worth the time. So next I have PDF Candy. PDF Candy I don't do much work, being honest with you, with PDFs, but when I went to a professional development and someone did presented about this, there was a collective ooh, ah from the room. So I thought I would share it with you guys just in case this is you and this is something that you would like. So this converts PDFs to different kinds of documents like PDF to Word, Excel to PDF. I really like the add the watermark, kind of protects your documents that you create. So look at all the different options that you have there. Isn't that beautiful? So like I said, I don't really have a personal use for this, but I know a lot of you guys probably would. So I thought I would share. Look at all my tabs open, don't judge me. Okay, next I have News Quiz. So News Quiz has been around for a really long time, but when I talk to other educators from around the state, I'm surprised that a lot of people don't know that it exists. So I'm just sharing this in case you don't. News Quiz is a kid-friendly news segment that is run by KET. But the beautiful thing is this past year, they made it so that your quizzes can be directly imported into Google Classroom. And it does the grading for you through that Google form. That is amazing. So on here, you can see the videos are posted every Thursday. So I typically do this on Fridays, but if you click on the first link, it brings you to your video and it has the news segment on there. You'll see over here, it says Google Classroom. I wouldn't recommend doing just directly importing the video into Google Classroom because at the end of the video, it goes over what the answers are to the quiz. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend, I would show the video on your screen as a class, but have them working on the quiz while they're watching it and then stop it before. Have them turn in the Google form before the end, before it starts grading it with you. But you can see you make your own copy of the quiz and then directly import it into your Google Classroom. They also always have an opinion question, which this past spring, my friend Jessica, 2 of her students got their stuff shared, and it was like they were News Quiz famous. Like all the kids were so excited for them. But there are kids all around the world that are participating in this, so definitely worth checking out. Okay, Boom Writer. This is another tool that I just learned about towards the end of the school year. The librarian at my school had sent me a message and said, hey, do you know anything about this? And then I went to register and I'd seen that she and one of my other colleagues had already started it, but I don't know much about it. I did have my students go on and we just did one of the story starters, but it's collaborative writing and it will help your students improve their writing stamina and they can actually publish what it is that they write together. So let me log in real quick. So when you log on, so my students, they looked at the substitute one. So they had, find it, sorry. Of course, it's not working for me right here. Let's look at StoryWriter. So you can go in and you can find the different story starts and then have your kids write digitally together, which is pretty powerful. So they'll read through this and then they add to it so they can select which one they want to write about. So that is Boom Writer. Like I said, I'm going to learn hopefully more about that over the summer. So that way I can do that first thing at the beginning of the school year. My kids do love to write together. So it's nice that that tool is there and it's free. Coding. About 10 years ago, I was out to dinner with my cousin and her husband, and he said he's into coding, and he said, Amanda, are you doing anything with coding with your kids? And I said, what's coding? And he said, you need to have your kids doing coding. And so at that point, I mean, it was just a new thing at the time. So looking into it, I originally got into like code.org and the Hour of Code. But these are some different resources that you have. Tinker is not something that I specifically use with my students, but they do it in their STEM class, and they love it. They ask if they can do it for morning work, but I do not have my own personal account, but my kids have it through STEM. And you can see it looks very much like Minecraft, so it's definitely going to be a big selling point for your students. Okay. The next one is, like I said, code.org. They're a part of that hour of code. The kids can save their projects. They love it. They can share it. They can publish it. Here you can see these are over 50 million code.org projects created. So they like knowing that other kids could be seeing what they're creating. Scratch. This is the one that I am the most familiar with. And it's funny, I always say, like, when I create my first Scratch with my kids and I show them how to get the sprite, which is your little character to move, and I get it to like do a very basic dance. And then my kids make these games and it's something so ornate and detailed, and I'm always so impressed. My kids love this, though I will give forewarning that when you do this, you really need to make sure that you set the expectations for what they're doing. They can take other kids' games that they create and kind of morph it into their own, but sometimes your kids will just be playing other kids' games. So if you're wanting your kids to code, make sure you set that expectation for them. Okay. Next, I've got HyperDocs. I will say, if you guys like my little GIF or GIF, however you want to say it, I made that with this, which is a website that says, and then I was like, you can make your own GIF using your webcam, which is kind of fun. So I thought I'd give a little shout out to that website. So HyperDocs, I became familiar with this when I first started doing Global Read Aloud, which Jennifer Gasser had told me about. And there was a HyperDoc to go along with the book packs. And this HyperDoc had videos and text and activities, and it was just incredible. And it was all through Google Slides. Super interactive, and my kids were obsessed, and I was as well. And it was all done for me. The HyperDoc community is pretty special in the fact that other teachers aren't exploiting other teachers, because HyperDocs are shared. It's a sharing community, and I truly believe in that. There is a Facebook group that you can join, and other people share what they create, and they ask for people to give feedback. You could also ask, so say you're doing something on ecosystems. You could put out in the community, does anybody have a HyperDoc for fourth graders on ecosystems? And someone will say, yeah, sure, here you go. And then everybody will like share all these different amazing things that they have found. So it's amazing. But my favorite person for HyperDocs is Nadine Gilkison. If you're not familiar with her, she's an educator in Indiana, and I'm a true fangirl of her. So this is her website, and this doesn't even have all of it. If you follow her on Twitter, she shares like all of her stuff all the time. And she'll talk about like why she shares, and it's because it's to benefit students, and it's pretty amazing. So if you click on it, you'll be able to see the different HyperDocs for each grade level. Let me go back so I can show you even at a kindergarten level that HyperDocs are truly worth your time. So, and I mean, my daughter's going to be going into kindergarten, and I'm like, I hope she's doing this next year. So if you click on it, it's going to force you to make a copy, and that's so that way nobody does anything to hurt your original copy. So once you have that copy, it'll be inside your drive, and you'll be able to access it, which is really, really nice. Someone asked what her name is. It's Nadine Gilkison. Thank you, Pam, for writing that in there. Sorry, it's taken a little bit to download. As you can see over here to the side, it says explore, explain, apply. The HyperDocs all like go through these different skills. Every single one, they want all the kids to start off by exploring the topic, then explaining it, and then applying it, and then creating it. So that's like the formula for HyperDocs. And so when you explore it, there's usually like a little video for the kids to watch. But you can see over here, I love this because down at the bottom, she'll tell you what you need to do. Like, so for you, the only thing that you're going to need to do for this slide is to create a Flipgrid that the kids could respond when they click on that and link it to there. So it's awesome. I can't say enough great things about HyperDocs. But I'm going to go on to my next one, Google Sites. So this past spring, I went to KISTI, and I learned about how this one gentleman had used Google Sites for his like school's newsletter. And the beautiful part about the newsletter is that you could be working on it all week long, and then you just publish it at the end and then send out the link to your parents, and they're only going to see what was published. But I had a lot of positive feedback from parents on this past year. So as soon as I learned about it, I took advantage and started it right then. So I created this video using Screencastify, which is a Google extension. If you don't have a Google extension for Screencastify, download it now. I use Screencastify if I'm out sick with one of my girls, or want to teach other people how to do something. I'll use Screencastify because it allows you to share your screen, and then they can be able to hear exactly what you're saying. So I taught my teachers at my school how to do Twitter chat through Screencastify. It's like you're thinking aloud for them. But so anyways, let me focus real quick.
When I was at the casting conference, I had learned at one of the sessions.
This bigger, sorry.
About how
there it goes.
Different weeks. You can see like, so if I just click on it, if they go there, they're going to be able to see. It's very visually stimulating, very organized. And then what you do when you want to create like a new week, you can just.
And I will save this. I know I'm kind of running short on time. But you can go through that and figure out how to create your own Google site. This year, I'm going to jazz it up a little bit more. I just tried to get it started so that way I made it very basic so that way I could get it started as soon as possible. But my girl, Jen Gasser, who teaches 5th grade at my school, she's going to be teaching a whole session on Google Sites and how she uses it for classroom website, digital portfolios, and digital breakouts, which she is amazing at as well. Digital portfolios. I don't know about you guys, but for the first 9 years of my career, I dreaded getting the writing portfolios together. And when we tried it at the end of the year, everybody get out your narrative, everybody get out your informational, your opinion piece. Oh, okay, we need an on-demand, we need that. And so it's just gathering all that evidence. But through the Google site that each kid has created, we're able to see their growth as a writer over the year. We're having students not only include their writing into their Google site, but they are also reflecting on it through Screencastify. So all of the kids know how to do that. So they're able to go through their piece, find what is great about their piece. How do they want to grow as a writer? It's just been a really powerful, powerful thing for our students. And when we have them make their Google sites, we have them have like a folder for each grade level. Now, I know the 5th grade and 6th grade at our school, they do it's broken down into subjects. So I was able to look at Jen Gasser's presentation for later on, and I was looking at one of the students, and it had a writing example from social studies. It was like an on-demand. They had taken pictures of it and implemented it into their site. And then in science, they had an example of their project that they had created. It was just really powerful stuff. So definitely worth checking out Jen's session later on this afternoon. I think you guys will want to use it in your classroom, and it's super, super easy for your students to do as well. So that is my presentation. I'm really excited and honored that I was able to join you guys today. Thank you for being here for your students. It's pretty powerful to know that, it's the first sunny day in Northern Kentucky all summer, and you guys are all here today for your students. It says a lot about you and your commitment to Kentucky. So thank you guys for coming, and I'm going to if I can close all of my tabs out and find the original one, pass this on to someone else.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Amanda. I have like 2 pages of notes already from just your presentation. So that is awesome. And you're absolutely right. It is sunny here today. So all of these people logging in today are truly special and here for their students. So great job. We're going to pass the baton to Lauren next. And so Lauren, if you just want to share your screen up there, we'll let you know what we see and whatnot so that you can be successful. Thank you, Amanda.
Okay. Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Lauren Rata. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can share my screen, and we'll get started with the presentation. Let's see if it comes up, and let me know if you don't mind if that worked. So let's see. Come on. All right, here it comes.
We can see your slides.
Perfect. Oop, I pushed the share button. Come on. Wrong share button. I'm going to present. There we go. Seems to be a little slow this morning. Feel like we're having internet issues here at my office, but I think we're ready to go now. Can everyone see the main slide of Believe They Can?
Yes, you're good to go.
Perfect. All right. Well, before I get started, I do want to go ahead and thank Judy Sanders was one of my coaching candidates last spring as well as this whole school year, and she is an amazing kindergarten teacher. And so I kind of wanted to dedicate this presentation to her because she is a go-getter. She actually has been teaching for 35 years and retired. But at the end of last year, I said, Judy, you know, we've been using iPads one-to-one. Let's try these touchscreen Chromebooks. And she said, absolutely, why not? And didn't think about it twice. And so she took the leap with me. Like I said, we had the opportunity to get them in the last couple weeks of school and into this whole entire school year. And so I just want to thank her for that collaboration, and even her students too, because they pushed us both even further than we had planned to go with digital learning this year. So really, really exciting. So let's get started. This presentation is called Believe They Can, getting started with using one-to-one Chromebooks in a primary classroom. And we'll even touch on a little bit of, well, what if you don't have those one-to-one Chromebooks? So my name is Lauren Rata. I'm the digital learning coach here in Oldham County. I was, my background, a former library and media specialist and student technology coordinator, as well as a 5th grade teacher for many years. So a lot of background that's really helped me in my new role with working with teachers and students in technology. I'm a dog mom. I'm one of those crazy people that love their animals, just like a kid. And then I'm just in about 3 or 4 weeks, I'll be a soon-to-be human mom. So a lot to learn also this summer. And I just always have that passion for technology integration. So really excited to be here this morning and to learn from all of you. So let's get started with our inspiration. So when we found out we had this amazing opportunity, we love professional resources and we love to learn from other people. And so we first, looked kind of online, I was able to even go to ISTE last summer and ran into, personally, Christine Pinto and Alice Keeler, and it was a perfect fit. So a lot of our work is based off of their Google Apps for Littles text, which if you have littles and you have devices in the classroom, this is a must-have text to buy and to dig into and to kind of make it your own. Christine Pinto, just to give you background information on her, she's an actual kindergarten teacher in Southern California. I would highly suggest, if you're a Twitter person, you follow her on Twitter. She posts great resources, and also visit her website, as well as her partner, Alice Keeler. You all probably know of her. Alice is also great, and they teamed up to create this text specifically for primary students with using technology. And so she's also a great person to follow, especially with all things Google, and also check out her website as well. So I also want to thank them for creating this awesome resource that really kind of helped us to get started. These are our littles. So we wanted to also showcase them because they are absolutely amazing. And like I said, they jumped on our learning journey with us and even kind of pushed us past where we thought we'd go this school year because they were such great innovators and thinkers and they wanted more. And so we also want to thank them. So let's look at our session outcomes for this morning. This presentation is set up as to link you. So please take a copy of this from our agenda and take it back with you, use over the summer, share with other people. But it's the outcomes are in links so that you can click on it and go to that specific section. Also, this actual presentation can kind of be used like a checklist. Every slide kind of helps you think, have I set this up in my classroom yet? What are my next steps in looking forward? So please use this kind of maybe as a roadmap even for this next upcoming school year if you need to. So let's get started and look at our very first outcome today, which is classroom management. Just like you build management strategies and think about what you're going to do over the summer for your classroom in the fall, you also need to be thinking about how you want your devices to be managed. If you're able to go ahead and get in your room and have access to your devices before school starts, that's awesome. I highly suggest you get in there and set them up. Also reach out to your school if you have a student technology coordinator who helps support teachers with technology and students, then reach out to them or your LMS to kind of help you get started. It's that perfect time of year to go ahead. And I know we have a little bit of extra time than usual to get those ideas flowing and kind of get that management plan set. So let's look at some of the tips. So first, always start with clearly labeling your devices. I know that some people use numbers, some people use letters, etc., colors, whatever you do, but make sure they are labeled. That really helps students and the teacher know whose device is whose, and they can help keep track of them for you. So that's really, really important. Something that's kind of at times seems so simple, but kind of overlooked. The next tip with classroom management is always make sure that just like your device is clearly labeled, but also your cart or your storage should also, and the chargers need to be clearly labeled. As you can see in these photos here, we labeled not only here the actual cart with her name and how many devices she had, we labeled the places where the actual devices slide in for students, but then we even labeled again the little bitty charger pieces right there at the end so students could clearly see which one was theirs and have that ownership of getting them out every day, but then putting them away. This is something that we think is really highly important. Yes, some of them came in at 4 or 5 years old, but they were able to go ahead and treat this device with respect and be in charge of it every day. And so that really made them feel empowered the first couple of days of school. So it's pretty awesome. Also, making sure that you assign an actual device to each student and staying consistent with the ownership. I know it's really hard sometimes to have a student and all of a sudden their device isn't working or it's kind of acting up and just say, oh, go grab, device 23 instead out of the cart. That we really feel like you should make sure that you have that designated device that they use each and every day and you don't flip-flop around. It really helps when they're younger with that logging in process first, because it does remember who they are, so they can just type in their password. It also helps with that ownership we talked about. So they're in charge of maintaining it and respecting it, whereas if it was something shared or they just go grab anyone out of the cart, they usually don't respect it as much, we found. And then it's easier also for us to monitor. You have a lot to monitor and a lot to do with assessments and lesson planning and all teacher and parent communication. That's just one less thing, that if you know that student is number 23, they should be able to talk to you about what happened with device 23. And so we really found that's helpful. Now, we also know that can be done with pairing students. So if you have like a 2-to-1 ratio, you could have 2 students who always have device 1 maybe, or even it could be a group or table of students who have access. if it's a small set that you're having available to you. So just really making sure that you think ahead about how you're actually going to assign those devices. Something we found very helpful, and this was straight from Christine Pinto and Alice Keeler, is color coding the keyboard and student login cards. This was our biggest fear. We thought, how are we going to, and we are a Title I school with a lot of needs. We thought, how are we going to get all of these students, many are non-readers, to use the keyboard to type in their really long first name dot last name at stu.oldham.kyschools.us username, and then their password, which is unique to every child. How are we going to do that? We cannot go around to 25 students and type it in for them, and we shouldn't. So they had the awesome template idea, and they created it, and then we kind of recreated it in Google Sheets to make it fit for us. And so it uses conditional formatting, and so that when you type in, as you can see here, each of these boxes where the student's letter of their name, first name and last name go in, it changes color depending on what you type in. That's how conditional formatting works. And it actually color codes with at least the row of the keyboard. And we just use basic electrical tape here. And it was about, I think, $5 on Amazon. And we had so much of it left over that we didn't know what to do with it. So you could definitely share on a team of teachers even. But it really helped us to say, help them to be independent and help them quickly match up of what they look like, at least, even if they can't read. And so we were able to say, oh, look for that letter. That's an A. It's on the yellow row. And that helped them with their eyes to at least narrow down to look for that A here instead of anywhere all over here. And so we found that was very helpful. We did do that, I would say, maybe a week before school started. And we were also flexible because we know students may come in later after the first day of school. So we made sure that this card had their name on it. It had their number of their device. It had their full username and their password. And we even later decided we have a little hole punch here, and we made it a lanyard because we noticed when they carried it with the device, that was only one hand for each, and they had little hands. And so it was better if we let them wear it around their necks instead. And then they could have that two hands on the device and walk safely with them. So we found this to be a very, very efficient tool. And it does take some time, but if you click there, you will get that copy of the template. And so you can use it on your own. And then you'll even see in the sheet, every single tab is a different student. And so you can just duplicate that and make as many as you want and then make it fit your class roster. So hopefully that's helpful to begin thinking about if you're using Chromebooks this year. Next is we had to think about, well, during the day when the devices aren't being used, because they're not going to be used every minute of every day, where will they go? They shouldn't be right there in front of the students at all times. But at the same time, we don't want them going back and forth and putting them back in the cart. That's a loss of instructional time. We want them to get them out in the morning, we decided, and put them away in the afternoon, but that was it. So she decided on the simple use of baskets in the middle of the table. And so the students knew when they were allowed to get them out and use them for that actual learning time, or if they need to go back in the center. And that really helped with keeping them safe. And it really helped students to avoid the temptation to open it up and use it when they shouldn't be. And so that was really helpful for us. So begin thinking about what type of storage during the day do you want to have. That can be on the table. It could be somewhere close by the table. It kind of depends on your classroom and your preference. Also, thinking about headphone storage. Students will at times need to listen to something, and you don't want to hear all of the devices at the same time. So think about, especially for those school supply lists, first putting that on there, that students are going to need a headphone set, but also where are they going to keep them during the day where they can independently get them out. We've seen many different ways, and you can go on Pinterest or Instagram and find even more additional ways too. She decided on, they have these pocket chairs, and as you can see, this was closer to the end of the year after it was really full. But the kids knew that all of their notebooks that they needed and their pencils were all here. So she wanted them right there. So they literally reached around their seat and they got them out. And so think about, what do you want to do? We've seen the storage containers with the earbuds before that are numbered in one location. We've seen the hanging headphone storage sets, or even the little cubbies. And so pick what's best for you so that they can independently get those out without interrupting your instructional time. Thinking about resources. Students also need to be independent with where they can access what they need to for them, what's best for them. So think about, where can they go to access these? We've seen many different ways. She literally had a bin of different QR codes and binders and resources for them that they could go to and get out by table. In the same school, we've seen students who, they had iPads instead, that the teacher left up a bulletin board. So you could leave up QR codes or websites that you wanted your students to access frequently. And we've even also seen just basic folders that had laminated pieces of paper in them with QR codes for students. So think about, how are your kids going to be able to be independent with accessing resources without you during the day? What do you want that to look like? That was really important to us too. Next, let's look a little bit at actually building your community. So the first step was you were thinking about what it will look like. And now this is the actual implementation. So school is here. You're on day one. How are you going to get started? Just like you spend time in your classroom the first couple days and weeks, and even going back during the school year to rebuild that physical community, you also need to take time to build your digital community. It is just as important. It's also just as important to start it, in our opinion, at the beginning of the year, because if you want them to use these resources all year long as a tool for learning, then you have to set that as soon as possible. So people thought we were crazy, but school started on Wednesday and we had these Chromebooks out on Friday. So yes, they had 2 days to get used to what school was, how to sit on the carpet, how to walk in a line and why it's important, and how to sit at lunch and have conversations. But at the same time, we thought it was important to go ahead and get them out so that they knew the expectations and that this was just one more thing in their classroom to help them learn. And so it's important to get those out, like I said, as soon as possible, even though it's kind of frightening. So where should you start? Like anything, you have to start with clear expectations and even talk about what are those logical consequences if they are not used the way they're supposed to be. So thinking about, we here put our slides for her specific classroom. We picked, even though there were a ton of expectations we wanted, we knew that these children, they're 4 and 5 years old, they needed just 4 basic ones. So you can go visit these slides later. But we had a lesson, and it was just a quick 10 to 15 minutes about what the expectations were. And we even modeled them. So if we talked a little bit about why you shouldn't leave a Chromebook on the floor, we literally would go sit on the floor and walk around the room and talk about what could happen to it. So they got to actually see and understand why we had those expectations. So they weren't just something that we said because, it's because we were trying to keep them safe and their Chromebook safe. And so we even talked to them though about, well, what if they're not following those expectations? And so they knew that they would not get to use that device, and that we would also talk to them even at different points about repracticing or retraining on those expectations if that wasn't something they could follow. So we didn't just take the device. We talked to them about what they were doing and why it wasn't okay and why it wasn't safe or being a good digital citizen, and then even retraining them and practicing again. And so they were able to take that as a learning experience when they did not follow expectations, because it does happen. We did a lesson really quickly on the parts of a Chromebook. And so we literally introduced the Chromebook like it was something really neat and unveiled it. A lot of students had not seen a Chromebook before. They had no clue what it was. They were used to having their parents' cell phones in their hands or a tablet, an iPad, but a Chromebook was kind of a concept that they didn't understand quite yet. And so we brought it out. We talked about what it is. We talked about why they're going to be using it this school year for learning. And then we even talked about, we picked 5 vocabulary words and we focused on those that day. So here, you can also go access our large poster pictures and vocabulary. We made a chart out of it and left that up all school year long. And then also we have a little task. So we figured out very quickly that task was difficult for them. So we ended up doing it in a different way because they were non-readers and it was hard for them to read the words. But at least we were able to point to the parts that first couple of days. And then they were able to continue practicing throughout the week in between transitions. We made sure we always use those words like screen or keyboard or keys or trackpad, and made sure they were also in return using those words, because when they're using the words, and then they're able to understand them better. So that vocabulary is really, really important. We literally modeled one whole day of a lesson was talking about the procedures. What did Miss Sanders and Miss Rata expect from you when you get them out in the morning when you arrive, and how to put them away? And so that was an entire day of 20 minutes of, we modeled it. We had a role model show them what it looks like, and then they got to try it. And we practiced that multiple times. The key, like I said, is practice, practice, practice. But for you, you should think about, is that a part of your morning routine and after routine? Or is it something like a specific technology role? So it's what's best for you. So just make sure you're aware of that and thinking about it ahead of time so that it fits your classroom's needs. Next is, we had to literally show them, even though we knew we wanted them in the middle of the table during the day, we had to show them how to stack them literally in the middle of the table and how to get them back out. I know that sounds silly, but when you have 4- and 5-year-olds, they, as you know, don't always want to be the first one to put the Chromebook in or the last one to get it out. And so it became sometimes a competition. So we had to talk about why it was important we use 2 hands, why we took turns. And also it helped because they have snacks. So we made sure they're in the center. That helped also during snack time to keep our devices safe. And so practicing that is even something you're going to have to take intentional time to do. Putting them in the basket, getting them back out. Putting them in right when Miss Sanders says so, putting them back. The next was the actual day of it. It was a huge day. And as you can see in this photo, we did pull down some 5th grade experts, some role models. As many hands on deck is helpful, as you all probably can guess. So we were able to talk to the students about how we are now going to use these login cards. So we introduced those login cards and got them out. We had one student sit up front with it, and we plugged their Chromebook into our flat panel so they could see exactly what that student saw, so they knew what to expect when they got back to their seats to try it. We had that student model logging in and logging out, and then logging back in and logging out again, so they saw it multiple times before ever releasing the kids back to the table to try it. We had either one adult or one role model older student at every table for support, but we quickly found they didn't need us. It was very funny, to the point where after a few minutes, after the kids logged in and out a few times, I noticed their little lanyard was laying to the side. And so I got it and I pulled it over. I was like, oh, here you go, friend. I think you accidentally dropped your lanyard. They're like, I don't need that. And they had already memorized their password and were able to log it independently in and out within minutes. So as you all know, if you put a ceiling on your students, then that's where they're going to end up. But if you don't, and you have high expectations, and then they're able to exceed your expectations. So it was pretty awesome to see. Next is, we did let them customize it. I know that that's kind of something that people are kind of weary about, letting kids take their photo or putting image and customizing a Chromebook. Although we didn't let them do backgrounds and we didn't go into all of that, we did let them put their actual image on the Chromebook, their picture of their face, and that helped us with management, as well as it kind of did give them that ownership. They knew when they opened up the Chromebook and they saw their face, that was their profile to click. So it helped to be efficient as well. And so we let them one day practice log on and off the second day, and also change the profile picture. So here are those quick, easy steps of how to do that. And the students were able to master that very quickly. And then they were able to go ahead and move on to another task that day. So something really neat to let them do. And then we introduced to them exactly where Miss Sanders was going to keep her resources. So they knew that the table captain, when they needed to come over here and get this little bin, take it back to their seats so that they could access those. And we even gave them a day to explore what it looks like to get those out and to scan them. So we had to practice that day. Our main emphasis was actually on scanning QR codes. So we were able to push an extension called the QR code extension, but you can also use various websites as well. But Chromebooks have that camera app, so a lot of people don't know, but you can scan QR codes. So that was something that was helpful to kids. So they were able to independently know where to go when they needed to, how to get them out, how to scan them without any teacher assistance. And again, here are those images of other ways that I've seen teachers within that same building allow their students independence with accessing those. Next, I want to talk about some digital platforms. So we were at that point where we had basic expectations. The students were able to independently get them out, put them away, care for the devices, access just daily things like ebooks or different websites that the school used frequently for phonics instruction. So we were ready to go further. So after you built that digital community, then I think you would be ready too. So we kind of had to think about, well, how are we going to share daily information or resources with our students? The new things, the new Google Docs or the new sheets or slides we wanted them to work on, or new websites we found. And so we thought about two different ones that are usually most prevalent in elementary school, which are Seesaw and Google Classroom. But we were kind of conflicted. We thought that Seesaw was really great for some reasons and Google Classroom was great for other reasons. So we're going to talk about two, and we decided to actually use both, but you could also decide on your own which one is best for you. So the first one we started out with was actually Seesaw. We used it for the purpose of actually students demonstrating their learning and then also sharing it with the teacher, sharing it with other students, and even sharing it with home. So we found that home was a very important tie within our journey as well. Before we knew it, students were learning how to read, and then they were able to retell their stories, and we got them to record it on their own and send it to families. And it was just so neat that within seconds, minutes, parents were responding back to their students, and they were emailing Miss Sanders and just thanking her about how happy and fortunate that they felt that they were able to feel like they were there, even though they were at the office. And so that was really cool to see that. It's hard for you to see, but down here in this photo, these are actual parent comments back to students. So parents even learned how to give their students warm and cool feedback that school year. So that was really cool to see as well. So that was our main focus for Seesaw. We had them demonstrate their learning through it, but then also communicated with families. And then Miss Sanders even started to use that for communication outside of the normal school day with reminders. If you're someone who's used Seesaw before, you know how great that can be, where you can post newsletters, you can send quick updates like don't forget tomorrow's PE, wear your tennis shoes. And so that was another way for her to bring in her families as well. We also decided, yes, students can use Google Classroom. And so we came across a dilemma. We were so used to iPads, and we loved our beautiful folders like phonics or math fluency and measurement, and so in science, but we were like, what are we going to do now? How are we going to have students practice those skills and standards we taught during our normal instruction with using technology? And so we use Google Classroom as a way to just post topics, and it helped to organize the websites that she found that also did the same thing. So they were like replacements for different apps that she used to have on her iPads. So we just put those in the topics, and then students could easily access them on their own. So they were able to get in the Google Classroom within the first couple of days of school as well, and then begin exploring how to get there. And then later we were able to push it further and start posting assignments to make a copy for each student, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with within Classroom, so that they can also do like drag and drop tasks or assessments as well. So another great platform. Like I said, think about what is best for you. you could use both like we did. You could just use one. And I'm sure there's other great learning management systems out there too that I would love to also hear from you, that maybe if you're using, we would like to hear that as well. Next, last but not least, sorry, I hope I'm close on time. Okay, yes, I'm good. I have 7 more minutes still. It was really time to go further, even deeper. And so thinking about ideas for integration in your primary classroom. We wanted to share some of the things we did because it was just hard to know, where do we start? How can we use these amazing things we're seeing on Twitter or in Facebook groups or at professional development sessions? But now, how do we do it, especially with our littles? And so we wanted to share with you all some of the things that we did. And we really latched on to, it's an app on an iPad that we used to use called ClassKick, but we were able to now pull it in with the Chromebooks. And so we posted just a ClassKick link when we created assignments within Google Classroom. And so students could use it to first just demonstrate their learning. We started small. We did morning calendar. That was something they did every day. Usually it was one student who would stand up and talk about the date, read the morning message, highlight popcorn words, or butter those popcorn words, talk about the weather, the basic skills. But then we were like, why are we not doing this with technology so every student can also participate? And so we were able to create the exact same calendar on ClassKick, which reminds me of Google Slides. You create different slides, you share it with your students. They don't have to log in, and then they can write right there on top of those slides. And then, so we were able to do that, but then Miss Sanders could look at it every day and see which students understood the days of the week or the month, or could write their numbers because we had them write the temperature that we looked up on weather.com. And so talking about the weather, all of those skills, she was able to quickly see within calendar all of a sudden. And it wasn't just that one student leading it anymore. She was able to use it with 25 or 6 students by the end of the year. She got another one. And so that was really neat. Then, so after we mastered it with just normal morning work, we then pushed it into assessments. Used to do those, I'm sure you all know, with some students, you have to do those one-on-one assessments. Well, now you can still have that experience and giving them the opportunity to be independent through an assessment, but they are literally doing it on their own. So we made digital assessments in math and then moved it into literacy with digraph sorts. And so what I love about ClassKick is you can record your teacher voice reading the directions so kids can touch it and listen. So that was really helpful, so they could be independent. But then also, if they weren't able to demonstrate their learning, if they had fine motor issues, they could also record their voice back to us so that we could listen as well. So also within ClassKick, they have a manipulate tool, which I wish I could do a whole session on ClassKick too, but I can't right now. But it allows students to just drag and drop images or photos, whatever you have, and then they can use those as well to demonstrate their learning. So really neat. The cool thing is, if you all click on these, it will force a copy to your ClassKick account and you can use it if you want to. Also, we use different skill practice like we talked about in Google Classroom. Some websites that we recommend you check out is ABC. I'm sure you're familiar with Starfall and PBS Kids. We would find individual activities online that fit that specific standard that week. So if we were in measurement or non-standard measurement, we would find that game and then we would put it in the folder. So we didn't necessarily give students access to the entire website. So we instead gave them just access to little games within the website so that they couldn't get off track and they were still focused on those skills and standards. And then next is ebooks. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Epic. It's free for teachers, so sign up if you're not signed up yet. And then students could quickly click on that link, find their name, and then they could read books, whether she made a collection. You can make collections based on units or for specific students. The school decided to buy Capstone Interactive books, which is another way so that you could talk to your LMS about that. sorry, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go quicker. Pebble Go, we highly recommend. It's a student-led research database, so especially for those younger students, K through 2 or 3, to get them online and start kind of researching their wonderings. It's great to help them lead this in their journey and still help them to be independent. You can get a free trial, but it is something that is very affordable for a whole school. So look into that. Like we talked about, posting QR codes to get to any type of video link, ebook that you find online. Don't forget that QR codes are very helpful. Going beyond. So if you want to get into the applications on Google of drawings, sheets, slides, and post those to students as make a copy, here are some free templates. I believe those are Alice Keeler and Christine Pinto's templates, and they are amazing to help with like one-to-one counting, with some graphing, and so really neat, something to check out. And last but not least, Judy was so great. We wanted to record her before she left this summer for good because she is retiring. So you could also check out this Educator Spotlight video if you want on our YouTube channel. And that lets you see actual clips of students doing these things. So that is it. I think I'm right at about a minute or two early, which is perfect. Here is my information. Please reach out to me. I love learning from others and supporting others. So please email me. You can also find me on Twitter. We love to post what some of our teachers are doing, so that might spark some ideas for you. And I'd also love to hear from you opposite. What are you doing with your littles in the classroom with technology integration? So please let me know. And then I guess I could look for questions. We have about less than a minute. I don't know if we should just transition to the next person. Whatever is best, I'll get out of my screen here.
Yeah, and I'm looking over here. There aren't any questions in the feed, but just lots of really, really great comments and a lot of excited people in here in the room with us today, which is awesome. We do have, for those of you that are interested in learning more about Seesaw, we do have Carrie in the PM session. She's going to be presenting from 1:45 to 2:25. So tune into that if you are interested in just learning some more about that Seesaw. Lauren, thank you for all of the information you gave us. I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm so glad that everything's recorded, because then we can go back and we can really push pause on these and dive into everything, because Amanda and Lauren both have shared so many things with us today that I know that we're all excited to dive into even more this summer. So awesome job. We're going to transition to Jen about amplifying student voice.
Hello.
So Jen, you can screen share at the top, and then I'll let you know if we're still seeing you or if we're seeing your slides.
All right. All right, so do you see it?
We sure do.
And you can hear me, I assume, since you're talking back, so
yes,
that's good. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome. I have to say, shout out to the previous presenters, because I have a notebook full of wonderful ideas that I can't wait to get back and try out with my kiddos in August. So my name is Jen Carey, and I teach at Summit View Academy in Kenton County, which is in northern Kentucky. And I currently teach 3rd grade, but previous to this year, I have taught 1st grade for a really long time. So I kind of have that background of early primary and then 3rd grade when they're getting ready to exit primary. So this is my 1st year presenting at Kentucky Go Digital. So bear with me if I sound a little nervous. All right, so before I get started, this quote, when I first started getting into one-to-one, this quote really just kind of stood out to me. Just technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. And that was just something that I always try to think about when I'm planning my lessons. Am I using technology to enhance my lesson, or am I just kind of using technology because I just kind of think it's fun and I want to put it in there? Because sometimes I find myself, just kind of putting in technology because it's fun, and the kids enjoy it a lot. but I want to make sure that I'm always using it for instructional purposes. So, all right, and then I have a quick little video for us to watch. This is a very short one, but I think it's so cute because the kids are using their own words and expressing why their voice is important and needs to be heard. All right, so I just thought that was a great little video. I love hearing the kids and how excited they are to share their voice and how proud they are that they have a voice that needs to be heard within their classrooms. So some of the ways that we do this, and before I start sharing some of these different ideas, I do just want to kind of say that it's okay to try and make mistakes. A lot of these apps or websites, it's very hard to have the student version available to you as a teacher. Normally we just see it from a teacher's point of view. So I tell my kids we have the power of yet at our school, and I can't do this yet, but eventually if I try, then I'll be able to accomplish it. And I kind of approach that that same mentality in my classroom with my students. So Pear Deck is a great example of this. I pulled up Pear Deck. It is a Google add-on that you can add on to Google Slides. And I pulled it up and I had this great lesson all prepared for my students for math. And they hadn't used Pear Deck before, and I had not used it with my students yet. So it was going to be my first time using it. And I was so excited. I was ready for them to be engaged and really interact with the lesson. And we kind of stumbled through the first day, and I'm not sure that they learned a lot of math that day, but they learned how to use the Pear Deck choices on their screen, and I learned a lot as a teacher on what I needed to do on my end to improve it the next time that we did it. And by the end of the year, they were awesome at it and they were rock stars. But it's okay to try things. We tell our students all the time to take chances, and it's okay to take chances as teachers as well. And it's fun with third graders. There's always someone who can kind of figure something out pretty quickly, and they're always really excited when they tell their teacher, hey, I think you need to click this button. So just modeling that, it's okay to take chances. So Pear Deck, like I said, is a Google add-on. They do have a free version, and they also have some premium features, which is part of a paid version. And it allows students to interact one-on-one with the lesson. So it's taking the place of a dry erase board. I used it a lot in math class. And if you see up in the top corner, there is an application problem. We use Eureka, so we already had these slides previously made. And usually I would present it on the smartboard, and then the students would do the work on their dry erase boards. But it was very hard for me as the teacher to see all 24 students' dry erase boards at the same time. Even when I had them pulled up on the carpet with me, it was just kind of difficult to see, and I felt like sometimes I missed out on someone's work, and I thought, what else can we do? So when I was introduced to Pear Deck, I thought, oh, this will be perfect. So the top application problem, what you see is that's actually everything that's not typed in black is students' work. So one of the add-on features allows you to draw, and it also allows you to type and add some text if you feel like you want to. And so this student, she started out by drawing, and then she decided to go ahead and just use words for her answers. And then on the bottom screen, you'll see what I see as a teacher. So if you have the free version, you do get to see everyone's screen, but you don't have their name underneath it. So it's kind of hard to identify which student is on the screen. But if you are lucky enough to get the paid version, you will see their name will be underneath each screen. So as you present the slideshow on your smartboard and you project it, the students are going to see it on their screen. It's also great because you have two choices. It can be totally teacher driven, where the slide doesn't change until you, the teacher, change it, or you can have them do it as student driven, and then they will be on a different pace that is their own. But I love using Pear Deck to see what each student is doing on their Chromebook, and it also helps me identify where are they having problems with. Some students are nervous to share in a large group setting. I have one girl in particular that she's very shy. She has a lot of great ideas and she participates. She does think, pair, share with her partner, but she's not comfortable, saying her answer in front of the whole class. And so with Pear Deck, this gave her an opportunity to really show me what she knows. And when I see her work on her screen, it's not something that she is comfortable sharing out loud, but I can pull her screen up with, I asked if, for permission, but I can pull her screen up on the smartboard and I can explain her thinking for her if she's not comfortable for that. So it's just another way to get all of your students a voice within your classroom. Flipgrid, many of you have probably heard of Flipgrid. I love Flipgrid. I think it's great. And my students absolutely love Flipgrid. We have these headphones that have the little microphones on them. And anytime that we're recording in the classroom, we use those headphones with the mics on them just because it makes their video sound a lot more clear and we can understand it more. And they turn into little YouTube stars. It's adorable. So Flipgrid is free now. It used to have some paid portions of it, but now it's completely free. And it is an online video recording and sharing platform. You can do a lot of app smashing with it. So the very top picture, those are actually drawings that they did on Chatterpix, which is another great app. So they drew a picture of a character from their favorite book, and they were doing a little book blurb to try to encourage other people to read their book. And so they drew the main character, and through Chatterpix, they added voice to the character, and then we uploaded them all onto Flipgrid, and then they could watch and listen to the other students' book reviews. And we ended up sharing it with a couple of other third grade classrooms, and it was cute to see what they commented back to each other about, oh, if you really like Junie B. Jones, and the stinky, smelly bus, then you'll really like this Junie B. Jones. So it just kind of got that conversation going between students that might not happen if they didn't have Flipgrid as a way to share their voices with each other. Quizzes is also a great way to kind of gauge what students are understanding. In that top picture, it was during testing week, so we are in straight rows. That's not normally how our classroom is set up, but it happened to be that way the week that I took that picture. So Quizzes is great. It is free. It's an online quiz platform, and you can use the pre-created quizzes. You can also edit quizzes. There's been a number of times I've pulled up a quiz and I like the majority of it, but I kind of want to tweak it a little to meet my students' needs, and it does give you that ability to do. You can also just create your own quizzes. And one thing that I love about quizzes is each student has, it's individually, you can be at an individual pace. So the question and the answers are on each student's screen. And as they answer a question, it automatically takes them to the next question, even if other students aren't moving along at that same pace. And as a teacher on your screen, you also, here at the bottom, how it has the green and the red, you also can see as the students are answering the questions, what they're getting correct and what they're getting incorrect. And at the end, it does give you a nice data spreadsheet that you can look at a couple of different ways. And it will let you know like 47% of the students got this question right. So you can think, okay, only 47 kiddos got that question right. I need to review that question. And you can pull it up and review that. So Quizzes is a great way. And the music's fun. The kids love it. You can display, like if it's something that your students are good at and you're just doing it as a review, you can display the moving graph online, and they can kind of see what place they're in and who's, if they're getting them all correct or not. So at the end of the year, my kids thought that was super fun to go and do some review skills and see, who could get first or second place. And then of course I always am mindful of, what names I'm sharing, because if someone's having a difficult time with the content, of course, I don't want that broadcasted everywhere. But Quizzes is a great way to do that. And I love how detailed the data analysis part is at the end of each quiz. Many of you have probably heard of Kahoot. It is also free. It is similar to Quizzes with a couple of exceptions. So you can use your own quizzes, or you can create, you can edit or create quizzes, or use the ones that are on there. It does have an individual or team mode. So if you're not a one-to-one classroom and you just have access to a couple of devices, you can set the students up in teams, and then they will answer as a team on Kahoot. So it does also have the data analysis, but the thing that I like about Kahoot is sometimes I want to use this when it's at the beginning of a unit and the students aren't really familiar with the content. For example, maybe in science, we are talking about weather and I want to review some vocabulary, and they haven't really had a lot of time to work with the vocabulary. I can use Kahoot as a tool to review. They think they're playing a game, but really it's just, I want you to review these vocabulary words. And the question is on the smartboard. It is not on the individual student screens. So on their screens, they just have the 4 answer choices, and that they click it and the teacher guides them through each question. So at the end of each, you get a percentage of how many students answered red, how many students answered yellow, which correspond with a correct or incorrect answer. And that is a great time where you can stop and kind of do some reviewing or explain in more detail to help your students understand that. And then the teacher will guide the pace of your Kahoot. So, and the kids absolutely love it. I have kids who want to play Kahoot at recess, which I think is your recess. They'll ask if I can assign them a Kahoot. And there's a variety of quizzes online for different grades, contents, etc. All right. Digital notebooks is a great way, another great way for students to be able to share their voice without having to talk if they're not comfortable talking in front of other people. I like to use Google Slides for our digital notebooks, but I have who loves to use Google Docs. I prefer Google Slides just because I feel that it's easier for students. The toolbar is very clear. They can understand where things are very easily. They can personalize it more. Also, if you have a teacher-created graphic organizer, or you have a picture of a worksheet or an online graphic organizer that you want to use, you can save that picture as the background of your digital notebook when you send it out to the students, and it will keep the screen in place so that when they put their text box on top of it, they're not messing with the image that's behind it. Because when I first started out, I would type in all these questions, and then my students would like accidentally click and move the question or delete the question. But when you save it as a background picture, then you don't have to worry about them moving things. So for example, this here in the middle, it was very simple. We read the book Penduli together, and we were talking about physical traits and personality traits of characters in a book. And so I just did it very simple, just with the title and the 2 boxes, and then the students were in charge of working and adding the physical traits and the personality traits. So I assigned it through Google Classroom so that I had access to all of their work, and they could also refer back to it because it was in their digital notebook. They could refer back to it, and if they needed a reminder of what a physical trait was versus a personality trait. And then they were also able to personalize it by adding a picture of the main character. Over here to the right, that they were designing a Kentucky, I'm not from Kentucky, I'm from Indiana, so I believe it's called a jockey silk. But they were designing that, and it's amazing to see how much they grew and their skills really improved. We had some 6th graders come in, and we are not a complete one-to-one school. So we had some 6th grade reading buddies come in, and we had our Chromebooks out, and we were doing an activity with our Chromebooks. And they were designing a snow globe on Google Slides, and then they were going to write a story about what was inside the snow globe with their 6th grade writing buddy. And it was so cute to see the 3rd graders just rocking it and showing these 6th graders, oh, you want to change the color? Here's how you do it. So once you give them these tools, they really do soar and take off. And students who maybe in a traditional classroom with paper and pencil aren't as successful, I've seen them really have success on the Chromebook. I think it kind of helps to level out the playing field for some of those students who, maybe writing is physically hard for them, or maybe they have a difficult time getting their ideas onto traditional paper and pencil. To see them soar and add images and really design their digital notebook to meet their needs is great. I know myself, I'm a visual learner, so if I can see a picture of like if we're learning about the 7 continents and I want to add that to my digital notebook for social studies, I can go and do an image search and add that image of the 7 continents right into my notebook. And a lot of students are like that. They like that visual picture, and it helps them retain their information longer. So, all right. We also use it for book buddies. So I'm a big fan of literature circles and book studies and novel studies, especially in 3rd grade. I have used this with 1st graders as well. We used picture books. I would also sometimes use a book out of our reading basil that we had. So really you can use it for anything, but it's nice because I just used Google Slides and I can assign it to individuals, or partners. If two people are reading the same book, I can assign them the same slides. Or if the whole class is doing a novel study on a book, then I can assign each individual student I can make a copy of the slides for each student so that they're not working on the same slide as everyone else, but they have their individual copies of it. And it was great. This particular book we did at our small reading groups, and even though those students are on similar Lexile levels, they still have different reading paces. Their fluency pace is different, and so it just allowed them to kind of work at their own pace, but then we would pair share or group share about, the different chapters and the questions. And they really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it as a teacher because I could pull up on my screen through Google Classroom. I could pull up and see each individual student and what they were answering without trying to, read upside down across the table. Or if a student had an answer that maybe was kind of off task or wasn't quite the correct answer, instead of making them frustrated and have them erase it or mark it off and write a new answer, I have found that students are much more likely to make corrections when they're doing it online than if they're doing it on paper and pencil. So that kind of enhanced their answers. They were able to just go back and add some, evidence from the text, or they were able to restate their question without having to erase or add a caret and there's not room to write it. So that has really been very helpful to them. I had a couple of girls at recess who we had a bunch of rainy days, and so we were inside at recess a lot, and I had a little group of 4 students who were playing school during recess, and they came up and asked if they could use their Chromebooks, which is something I don't normally let them do during recess, because I want them to, use it as a learning tool. So we just didn't use it during indoor recess. And I asked them what they wanted to do, and they wanted to make a Book Buddies slideshow for their pretend students. So it was really cute. They got a Junie B. Jones book out, and they, set it up just like I did. They had chapter 1, and they wrote questions about it. And so they kind of extended that Book Buddies concept and made it into their own, which I thought was pretty adorable. All right, for Writer's Workshop, I love using the Chromebook for Writer's Workshop. I will say that we have a Writer's Workshop folder that is still full of handwritten writing pieces. I think that's important to have that balance. I sometimes have to remind myself that they need to be doing, traditional paper and pencil work in addition to the Chromebook. But they absolutely love doing their writing online. They can research. I have one kiddo who loves hedgehogs, and so she researched all about hedgehogs and had this beautiful writing piece all about hedgehogs. And it was interesting because typically when she was doing paper and pencil, her stories would be pretty short. They would lack detail. But when she had the opportunity to type online, her stories just really developed into these beautiful stories with lots of detail because she enjoyed, working on her Chromebook to do her writing pieces. Another great thing is when it comes to commenting or mini conferences, you can comment right on to the student's screen and they can see it. And they're more likely to make those corrections within their writing. Also, you can use Read Write Gold. I have quite a few students who have readers, and I actually encouraged most of my all of my students to use Read Write Gold as an option. And so they would type their work, and then they would use the Read Write Gold to have it read back to them. And if it kept reading and never stopped, then that kind of made them think, oh, maybe I should use some punctuation somewhere here in this story. Or maybe their verb tense needed to be corrected. But just hearing it out loud really helped them go and make corrections on their own writing pieces, which I thought was great. All right, Mentimeter is just something that's really simple. It's short and sweet. And Mentimeter is what you would go to as the educator to set it up, and then menti.com is what the students would log in as. And it has other things besides word clouds, but my students loved word clouds. And so this particular lesson happened to be after a social studies lesson on local government. And so I just kind of wanted I wanted to see what was their takeaway. If they could sum up local government in one word, what would that one word be? And we did kind of get stuck on parks for a while. So a couple kids, that was their takeaway. But that was feedback from me as the teacher. But the more often the word is typed in, the larger it gets. And so it's a fun way for them to kind of do a quick reflection on what am I learning, what was my takeaway from this lesson. And you can use Mentimeter for so many different things. It's pretty cool. We've used it on in phonics. So like maybe our word list is SH words, and then they would just make a list of as many SH words as they could, and we would make a little word cloud with it, and I could keep it. I had access to it, and then throughout the week I might pull it up and have kids read different words that were on the Mentimeter. So there's a million different things that you can do with that. Google Hangouts is another really cool thing that we have used, and this is great for students. We've used it a couple of different ways. So in the very top picture, we had a 3rd grade teacher, Mrs. Sparks, who had 12 eggs in her classroom, and we weren't able to get eggs for each classroom. So instead of going to Mrs. Sparks' room, because we have 6 3rd grade classes, instead of going to her classroom 6 different times with 6 different classes and interrupting her day, we used Google Hangouts, even though we were in the same school. And this particular picture is when she is candling the eggs. And so she only had to do the lesson one time. And all of my students were sitting in my room, her students were in her room, and we were able to see it large on the smartboard. So it really enhanced that lesson. We also used it when the chickens were hatching. So I set up a Google Hangout on my iPad, and it was showing the chicks that were out of the incubator and in their little roosting box, or I think is what it's called. And then she set up a Google Hangout on her iPad, and it was on the incubator. So one of the eggs started to hatch, and instead of 130 some kids running down to Mrs. Sparks' room, not being able to see it, we all got to see it live on our smartboards via Google Hangout. And that was really cool. The kids really enjoyed it. And we shared the link with everyone around the school. And so people would come up and ask my students, oh, tell me about egg number 4. And it made the school community interested in what we were doing. And then they would ask our students questions. So it just let them talk some more. All right. So we also Skyped with an author from Chicago, and that was great to do a Google Hangout with him. So I've got about 4 minutes, so I'm just going to keep flying through things. Sorry if I start talking so fast. And I was reading one of the slides trying to figure out. I will definitely look into what is going on with my presentation over there. We also had virtual pen pals, and we got to talk to them, and that was really fun and exciting to actually speak to them. Do Ink is a great way for students to share their voice as well. It is an iPad app, and the last time I checked, it was $2.99, but you can put it on multiple iPads if they are all using the same Apple account. So I have 4 iPads in my classroom and they're all under my classroom account. So I only paid $2.99 once and it was on all 4 of them. But for students who are shy to talk in front of a whole class, Do Ink is a great option for them. The top picture, they only had to talk to the camera, and I had one student who was recording it. So the student who was sharing only had to share with one other student, and then we were able to display it on the smart board without that student feeling uncomfortable in a public speaking type of setting. Chatterpix is also a great way. Students can draw or find an image and put a voice to it, which is it's great for some students who aren't comfortable speaking in front of their peers in a large group setting. They can really shine. Someone who might give you a 1 or 2 word answer in front of a whole class, once they have a picture and then they get to record it, maybe they don't like it, they're going to record it again. It just makes them more comfortable, and you'll really start to see their voice come out through things like Do Ink and Chatterpix. There are so many more options out there. That's the great thing about technology, is it just keeps improving, and we just keep getting more and more options. So my final thoughts, I guess, would be the future of the world is in your classroom. So go out and do your job. Kentucky is full of great educators, and I am very excited to be a part of such an amazing group of educators.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so, so much. I added in the chat, we have several afternoon sessions with Nearpod and Pear Deck at 1:45 to 2:25. But before that, at the 12:55 session, we do have a Do Ink session with the green screen, and I use that in my classroom a whole lot, and the kids absolutely love it. So thank you so much, Jen, for sharing that. And Mentimeter, I heard some people chime in on that too. That's a lot of fun. That's how we do a lot of growth mindset, and we've started to be a leader in me school, so talking about the habits and getting kids' voices on that. So we'll open up the floor at this time to just see if there are any other questions. You all can throw it into the chat on the YouTube channel. We'll see if we have any questions there. So Peggy's having some difficulties. Peggy, I'm going to share my screen here just so that when we go to the agenda, let's see if you're seeing the same thing that I am. I just want to make sure that everyone has access to Jen's slides there. So when I go to the link here and I'm seeing her name, I click here and it's asking me to go to that. So I'm going to make a copy. Take a second to load. And then it takes me to her slide. So I'm able to come down here. Just the first time that we heard the video, the sound didn't work, but we could read the words at the bottom. So this is where you'll be able to go and you can click and go to see the presentation there. That work for you, Peggy? And then any other questions, feel free to put those in there. Oh, so I see what you're saying. You're saying that the rest of her slides following down are only about Flipgrid and not all the things that she presented today. I see what you're saying there. Jen, so it looks like the rest of your slides are focusing on Flipgrid, but that Vimeo student voice video is in there. Maybe there's another slide deck.
There is. I am presenting this afternoon too, and I must have copied the wrong link, so I will get that fixed.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you for that answer. Sorry, Peggy, I eventually got to what you were talking about. I was focused on the video there. Let's check and see if there are any more questions in there. I don't see any. Really quickly before we go out, I did bring up my Mentimeter while she was talking just because I forgot how much I absolutely love it. And so a couple of things that I used it for this year was growth mindset. And so you're able to give questions out to your kids. So we were just talking about growth mindset at the beginning. Your kids will go to menti.com and then it will give them the code to type in, and that will take you to the presentation that you want them to input their thoughts into. So our very first question were, what are words we use that make people feel bad about themselves? And so I gave them 5 words that they could put in. And so that's all they see is this question, and then they're typing them on their screen, and then they submit it, and it makes a word cloud. And then we talked about words that make people feel good about themselves. And so that one was growth mindset. So that just was able to kind of spark that conversation, and all kids are participating and they're throwing their ideas out before you step back and you have those whole group conversations. So just some other different ways that we used it with the traits. I'm trying to show other ways other than word clouds. So how many days a week do you feel like you waste your time? So I was able to give them options over here, and they submit their answers in, and then we can talk about the results. What are your little rocks or your time wasters? They could actually do a flowing grid. So they're able to put their answers into here and then see what their classmates are saying in the live feed. And then I did a word cloud for the last one. What are your top 3 big rocks or priorities? So it's just really a good talking. It gets the conversations flowing and gets kids to be interactive in that. So thank you so much, Jen, for reminding me of that awesome, awesome resource that we have.
Welcome. That's what the slide was coming up. I'm Stacy, principal. Oh, well, let's see again. Principal at Taylor Elementary, part of the KY Go Digital tribe, and super pumped to be with you today. I'm in no means a book snaps expert, but I love doing them. I've used them with our staff, and we'll try to even connect for you teachers out there how to with your students. So Tara Martin is the creator of Book Snaps. If you don't follow her on Twitter, I would. She is a Dave Burgess publishing author, and she's got really great blogs and resources out there, and does a lot with that. I've also linked up right here 2 of her posts. This is her first original Book Snaps on like how it came about. I'll give the quick rundown of that. And then this is an awesome resource. She has got many, many videos, really quick little videos, like 4 to 5 minutes on how to do book snaps in case you're kind of a power of pause person and want to go back and look at that. And I'll talk today about how you can do book snaps with many different tools. And she has lots of the different tools listed there with those videos and examples. I reached out to her about a month ago when I was excited to share this. I was like, hey, you don't mind if I share this, right? She's like, absolutely, I'm honored. So she's really a great resource and great person to have in your professional learning network. So why though? Why would you book snap? So I got the reason that I get excited about them is because I like well, I'm a big reader, and one of the things that I enjoy doing is always learning. I think a lot of us educators, hopefully all of us, are lifelong learners, and that's something I really challenge our staff to do. You're never going to keep improving, and you're never going to be the best that you can be if you're not a voracious learner. And that means a lot of things, but it certainly does include reading. And so when I read and something really hits home and impacts me, like I want to share that. And that's also something that I challenge our staff to do. When you're reading, share. Not only are you going to help all of us in this building, but then outside of these walls, you're going to be a leader and a learner and connect with others. So when you share something, so you can surely, like I see a quote in a book that impacts me or I connect to, you know, I can do a little whatever on Canva and do a quote and say, you know, I just read this from the book and here's a neat quote. That's great. But the thing the book snaps do, and they smart. One of the things that book snaps do is not only does it show you the quote and what book you're taking it from, but it gives you context. So let me go ahead and show you. This is one that I did from the art. I'm sorry about that, guys. I meant to present. From the Art of Possibility. And it's one of my favorite books, by the way. But you can see, like, this is that little section, that quote from the book that really hit home with me. But the neat thing about book snaps is, like, I took a picture of the actual page. That's where this comes from, right? And you can see that quote, but you can also see the book. Get up and find that. You can kind of, it gives context to that quote, right? And actually, Tara Martin, if you read her story about how she came up with the idea of book snaps, she was, like us, a voracious reader and enjoys sharing her learning with others. And she had kind of started doing something like this while her 15-year-old son was mesmerized with, she said, to the point that it was kind of like irritating me as a mom. But I thought, wait, I connect with the world through Twitter and all my peeps. So I don't want to criticize him and think Snapchat is bad. Is there any way that we could, as educators, embrace the power of Snapchat? And so she got realizing the fun Bitmojis and GIF elements and drawing elements in Snapchat. It really lended itself to kind of adding your own flair to your learning and sharing that. So that's kind of how she came up with the idea of Snap. Since then, she's talked about and shared how you can use all different tools. I know you can use Seesaw. A lot of our teachers who aren't familiar with Snapchat, because if you're not, and maybe this is just me being old, but Snapchat is not friendly. It took me a while to kind of figure it all out. But Google Slides is a really easy way to do to book snaps. Seesaw, I said that already. Snapchat, I think Buncee, there's several others there, but pretty much any digital tool that will allow you to insert a picture and annotate it will do a book snap. So why book snap? It gives context to your learning and what you want to share. So that's number one. The second thing, and the reason I like book snaps is it lets you share with an authentic audience. And when you have an authentic audience for a student product, that brings about a new level of expectations. And even for me, when I'm going to share something and it's a book snap on Twitter, I'll spend a little bit more time kind of adding my thinking in and thinking, okay, is this really what I'm trying to say? Is this concise? Is this clear? So I'm kind of doing that even before I put it out there, because I know it's going out to the world and I want to make sure it reflects what I'm really intending. And so you can share that with an authentic audience and then connect with that audience. So anytime I send a book snap out, even if I don't tag someone, I always get reactions and I always get people adding to that +1 of, here's my thought. Oh yeah, and here's kind of what this means to me. So there's just a really neat element there of sharing that and connecting and other people adding into your learning. So that's another reason that I like to book snap. And I think the other thing I would say is, let me kind of go back here to my screen. Takes it a minute. With book snaps, sorry, my computer's being a little slow. Not only does it give context what has impacted you, it lets you share something with an authentic audience and connect with that audience around your learning so that you're sharing with them. But there's brain science behind it. And we all know kind of what our left side of the brain and our right side of the brain is in charge of. You know, the left side of the brain is the one that's like handling that analytical side, connect the text. Right side, when you activate that with the left of the right side, the creativity, and when you're creating using digital tools and you're bringing that creative side into it, you're activating both sides of the brain. And when you do that, brain science says that you're greatly increasing the odds that that's going to get put into your long-term storage or actual learning. And so there's a real reason to do this with our students. So I showed you some examples. I think the other thing that I would say is when you do book snaps, and like I've done it with our staff, is to kind of leave it open. And that's important to kind of have that framework around you're snapping, you're learning, you're adding your annotations to it. You're adding some things on there that really kind of show how it's impacted you and connected with you. But other than that, there really aren't any rules. So I'm going to show you some examples of some book snaps that our staff has done. And then I'm going to actually go through and create, I'm going to be vulnerable and with you on air and then see if you've got any questions. So that's one that I did recently through Snapchat. You can add your Bitmoji. And actually this, it didn't play in slides, but this is actually a little GIF that kind of plays back and forth. One of the things that we did, staff, let me kind of, well, I'll keep sharing. I can do that. We do these summer book studies that are all teacher-led, teacher choice, but it's so maybe like we have, I think each summer we've had 12 to 13 going on, different groups. Some of them have 2 or 3 in each study. There's others that have 15 to 20. But every summer, at the end of the summer, it's kind of like, okay, we're all out there and we're excited about our learning. I'm curious like what other people are learning, other than like kind of quotes they've tweeted out, how can we share? Well, the first summer, our idea was to do a flip grid. And so we created a flip grid and like a flip grid, and each video was one of the book studies, and then the people in those book studies replied, and that was okay. We connected and shared through that. It was fine, but probably not my favorite use of Flipgrid that we've done. So last summer we were kind of thinking like, what would be a better way? So we put out the challenge to each book study group. Hey, why don't you create a book snap around your book study and what impacted you, and be ready to share it at our leader retreat, which is what we call our entire staff kind of day back that we kick off the school year. And so throughout that slideshow, so I just asked them to create a Google slide. And throughout that slideshow, they had their own book snaps that they had created. So here's one from Jan Kane that was out of The Power of Moments. And you can kind of see she had shared several. By the way, Jan was new to our staff last summer. She jumped in one of our book studies and was ready to present book snaps at first day, which was awesome. Here's one, we did Move Your Bus from one. Her favorite, that was Chris. Oh, there's Jordan. There's from, I know she had one that was Move Your Bus. So she added some with the slide here. I think that would, if you see book snaps on Twitter, that would probably be kind of more over here what you're seeing. And I won't go through all of these, but you can kind of get the idea that you're taking a picture of that part of the book. You're annotating it, bringing out things that are important to you, and adding your own personality, because that's kind of cool, right? Oh, there's Caitlin's, oh, from Katie. Oh, what do you think about that? That was our morning speaker in Caitlin's book study. Clearly she liked that book, right? So you can kind of there. I'm going to kind of hop on over to the chat here and see if we've got anything, any questions that I can answer right now, and then I'll get, I'm looking here. Oh, somebody brought up, Kristen, yeah, you brought up Instagram. Yeah, I think that would be really awesome to see. I think like ELA teachers, this, I mean, we all know in ELA, we want our students, you know, annotating and really connecting to that text and making that a personal connection about what does this mean to you? How do you connect with this piece? And so this book snaps is really a neat way to do that. So before I create with you, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous about that. I'm going to just give you a couple of tips here. Share my screen with you. Maybe. There we go. Yeah, you can scroll through. Oh, The Hate You Give. That was a really good book study. Look at all these. It was even neat. I was telling him this morning when I was going back through and pulling these slides, it was really kind of neat to see all of the learning. Eric, actually, he did too. He did one from Drive and one from Better Than Carrots or Sticks. It's kind of the selections from last summer. So I would say a couple of tips before I do one, and I don't know if you want to do one with me and you've got a book around to take a picture of, feel free. I would say don't get caught up in the tool. When I've shared this with other groups before, they get caught up in their lack of familiarity with Snapchat. Do it with whatever tool that you're comfortable with. If you're an Instagrammer, perfect. I'm sure Instagram would be a really easy tool to do this with. If you're a Google person, then take your picture, insert it in your Google slide, and make it your own there. So use whatever tool you're comfortable with and don't get caught up in that part of it. The second tip, make your thinking visible. That's the neat part about the book snap, is it really gives, it's not that I'm just sending out this quote from this book that I'm reading that I like. That's great. But I'm giving some context and my own kind of reflection about how that's impacted me. So really kind of give some insight within that book snap of why that was impactful to you. Third thing, be you. Get some Bitmojis in there. By the way, if you don't have Bitmojis, you can do that through Snapchat. You can do it on your phone. You can also do it here as a Google add-on. They are super fun in so many ways. Clearly, I like them. Connect with others. Don't be afraid to tag. If you're tweeting out a book snap from Teach Like a Pirate, then tag Dave Burgess. Like, authors are going to want to know that you're reading theirs and that something that they have created is impacting you. So tag the author, tag other people in your school and your PLN that you think would benefit that, because that quote that I like to say, alone we're smart, but together we're brilliant. And so Twitter kind of feeds through pretty quickly. Make sure that you're connecting with others. Along that same line, when connect with others, I would say make sure that you are, like, when you tweet that out, you're going to want to include hashtag book snaps. Let's see, book snaps. And you can see here lately there's been, there's actually a book snaps real Twitter account if you want to follow that. But really what you want to do, and I'll show you, I want to make sure that you include hashtag, because when people are looking at book snaps, they're going to search through that hashtag. Let's see what's on here recently. Yeah, so there's one that some had from others. You can kind of see, there's Tara, there's one from that. So you can kind of see what other people are about blended learning that she did. So you're going to want to make sure that when you connect with others, sorry about that, guys, that you're using that hashtag. And last tip, have fun. Book snaps are supposed to be like putting some personality and some like razzle-dazzle stuff into your reading. So make sure that you do that. Let me. I'm going to stop sharing. Thanks for reading. That's the hardest part about this. Oh, social studies, Kristen, absolutely. I love that. Guys, I've even, of course, I'm a former high school math teacher, so I could totally see, I could totally see you snapping math. Like, what about a kind of a math problem with an explanation, and book snapping and kind of annotating and giving your take on that math thinking? Lori, absolutely. Second graders, I know Corey Walking was tweeting me the other day saying that she does this with her kindergartners using Seesaw. So certainly a K-12, perfect for number talks. Yeah, Tasha, annotation, check-in for understanding of the text. Absolutely. So this is just a way, like I said, to activate both sides of the brain and to add that creativity and higher level learning. Okay, are y'all ready? Got like 20 more minutes. So that's pretty much all I know of snaps. So y'all want to create one together? Is that a yes that I hear? Okay, so let's try. You all feel free to do this with me. We've got some time together. So this is one of my very favorite books. It's one of our TM Genius summer book studies. You can tell it's like got coffee stains and everything, you know, what those favorite books are. It's called The Art of Possibility. Really, really cool book. So I'm going to take, and I've got tons of dog ears, like I could book snap practically this whole thing. So one of the things here in The Art of Possibility, it's kind of about how, I'm getting into this book talk. It's kind of how you look at life and approach your life in a way that is not traditional, that kind of you immediately think of obstacles and challenges and why things can't happen. It's kind of framing your perspective and your attitude about life to open up paths of possibility. And so there's different practices that this husband and wife team go through. But one of the practices is called being a contribution. It's a really cool practice about how basically you should always look at everything and think, how can I contribute to this situation and make this person or this situation better? And so was a quote, it's called, or it says, I settled on a game called I Am a Contribution. Unlike success and failure, contribution has no other side. It is not arrived at by comparison. Because when you're contributing, you're not a success or a failure, you're just contributing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be brave and use Snapchat. This is literally the only thing I use Snapchat for. My kids use it and have like snap streaks and stuff. I'm like, I don't even understand that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, when I've got Snapchat open, I'm going to click that. I'm going to just put the page down. You all can't see this. I'm going to take a picture of the page. All right. So now I've got this picture on my phone. You could do this with your camera roll and insert this into a Google slide at this point, which is where you would kind of add your drawings. So on Snapchat, now that I've got this picture, I'm going to click this little text button up here because I want to add in my own little summary of what I think about that quote. I'll keep it simple. Be a contribution. I'm going to say be I'm going to look at the chat. Are y'all trying this with me? Yes. Oh, y'all are saying yes to Leah's idea about math idea. Yeah. I'm going to go to this. I could also add a drawing to and text. Yes. You all are exciting me. I love that. So are you all trying? I'm going to type this in here. Are you all trying this with me? I'm going to add an emoji in there, right? Okay. I'm so goofy. Okay, so different things you can do. You can make it different color text if you want. You Snapchatters out there, you're like, you all could teach me a bunch about this. All right, so I'm going to do that. Be a contribution. So that's my text. And here comes the really, in my opinion, the most fun part. It's adding the stickers and the emojis, right? So I'm trying to think about, okay, what does being a contribution mean to me? And I'm trying to find like representative emojis and stickers that say that, right? So go up to the little sticker button on Snapchat and, oh, yes, I really love that. So I'm going to put some moving hearts on there, right? That's fun. And I shall have my emoji on there. Okay, so trying to, in the moment, this might not be my best work, but I'm gonna try that. So I'm gonna like, trying to find an emoji that's like giving of my gifts. I don't think that's it, but it didn't work for the moment. Okay. You can add some more text in there, whatever. So I'm going to go ahead and save this right now. I'll save that. And that has now saved it to, oh, don't make a liar out of me. There it is. It has saved it to my camera roll. And that's what I'm going to tweet out. By the way, I'll put a clock. A clock. It's all right. Okay, it's too late. You all are. All right, so okay. So I am, if not, first of all, if you're not on Twitter, you need to find Kim Laughlin's, I think she's next, Twitter 101. Once you're done, you're going to wonder where Twitter was in your life or something. I forget her clever title. If you're not on Twitter, you need to be on there as an educator. If you are on Twitter, Melody Stacy, the Ellison, I'd love to connect with you. And creating a book snap during my PM digital. Look, I'm going to do this and we're going to go see it on Twitter. It's going to be so much fun. Did I say book snaps or book snap? I'm going to share my screen and we're going to go back and look at that. Sent to everyone. And let's see. The hashtag that I need to include is book snaps with an S. So it's the thing about Twitter and hashtags, you got to get it just right. Creating a book snaps during my PM KYGO Digital Share and Create session. They are fun and powerful. And I'm going to tag Tara Martin since she knows I'm doing this. The Art of Possibility. If I had more time, I would tag the authors. You're like, Melody, get your tweet done with already. A slow tweeter. Possibility. Okay. All right, it's going to go, and it's going to show up. So I just tweeted it. Oh, you can't see me right now. And should show up. Let's see if we can refresh. Oh, look, Miss Ritchie. Yes. Can't wait. I made a declare. Look at you guys tweeting about this. Y'all are awesome. I put hashtag book snaps on there. I did, I promise. I keep refreshing. Patience may not be my greatest virtue. Why is it not there? Latest. Ah, you guys. Let's see if it turned out right up here. It might not be coming through just yet. Oh, there it is. Creating a, so then it plays there. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So here's my last thing, and then I'm gonna see if you guys have questions for me. So thinking about book snaps, create. It's one of the things that we talk about at our school. Too many times, I think about this as a lead learner in my school. I want to make sure that my teachers aren't just consuming information. Like when I have a PD, I want them creating during that, because that's really when that learning becomes real. And same thing for our students. We don't want our students to be consumers. We want them to be creators. And book snaps are a way to get them creating. Connect. Book snaps help you connect with authors. They help you connect with other people who are impacted by you sharing your learning. And share your learning. I just said that. So it's really a way to do all three of those things. And I would say when you connect, tag me. I love learning. I can learn from people's book snaps and sharing their learning when I've not even read the book. So I would love for you to tag the authors, tag other people in your PLN, and would love for you to include me in that as well. So really appreciate, I was like so excited about this, and then you always worry the person, like maybe nobody will show up. I don't know. So really appreciate you guys showing up and being super supportive. Would love to connect with you on Twitter. Like I said, at Melody Stacy, the L is a 1. I do have a leadership reflection blog that's cultureofbelief.com. So would love to kind of hear questions, thoughts, see your book snaps. I'm going to stop presenting and hop on over here for some quick questions, and then pass the baton over quickly. Let's see here. Kristen, yes, imagine the authors tweeting at kids. For sure, we have seen the power in that, even here just in regular tweets, where the author has seen that on Twitter and been like, yeah, tell them that's awesome, and that kind of thing. So absolutely have your kids doing that, because they'll interact. Kim Laughlin's in here. Yes. Hey, Kim. Making sure that we don't get caught up on the whole Snapchat thing, because honestly, like I said, Snapchat's in a lot of places. It's hard to use. Look at you guys having so many awesome ideas. A gift, presents. Yes, I'm going to go back and redo this book snap. I'm going to use your all's really good ideas and tag you in it. So awesomeness. Any other questions, thoughts? I really appreciate you all listening, and I feel like at this point I'm just rambling. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off, get some music going, and I know that, hang tight, let me find the PM agenda slide. For this channel, we'll have Jen Carey here. She's a digital rock star, so we'll be excited to welcome her on this channel. And if you want to hop off and join another PM Share and Create session, then feel free to do so. So thanks, you guys. It's been fun. I do Christina?
Bensound.com. 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 Bensound.com.
All right, guys. I have myself muted. I'm going to go ahead. Thanks for joining in for our second share and create session. I am going to go ahead and turn it over to the amazing Jen Carey. Jen, let me know if you've got anything that you need from me, and I'll try to be monitoring the YouTube channel for you. You ready?
Sounds great.
All right.
It's all
you.
All right.
Yes.
Well, welcome. I thought I had my thing pulled up. There we go. Welcome. My name is Jen Carey, and I am a third grade teacher at Summit View Academy, which is in Northern Kentucky in the Kenton County School District. And today we're going to talk about amplifying student voice and using technology to really allow your students to have an even larger role and voice in your classroom than they already do. So with that said, let me start sharing my screen. And hopefully you are seeing my slides. Looks like we are. All right. So I do want to let you know I am in a one-to-one classroom, and however, I have used Flipgrid in years previous to this year. This is our first year being one-to-one in third grade. And previously, I had access to a couple of Chromebooks and a couple of iPads that I could check out from the library. So Flipgrid is definitely something that you don't need to be one-to-one in order to use. You can use lots of different devices with it as well. Before we get started with actually going through Flipgrid and what it is, this quote just really stands out to me when I think of how I use technology in my classroom. And it's just, technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. And I think that's really something that's important for us as educators to look at. There's all these great tools out there and all of these great resources, but we were great teachers before the great resources came along, and our students need us as their teacher. So just thinking about when you're using technology, implementing it in a way that enhances your lesson that's already a good lesson, and this using technology to enhance it. The students, this is their world. They are surrounded by technology, so they are amazing at using technology. All right, so there was the video is just kind of, I thought it was inspirational about giving students a voice. There was a little bit of a delay in the sound when I played it in the first session. So hopefully it's kind of, I've got that figured out and fixed.
I think it's important to have a voice because it means that we get to speak up. It gives you a chance to speak your mind.
Sometimes, like, not everyone's heard and everybody has an opinion.
We can inspire the people, show the world who you are, and you get to share your ideas and you get to say what you want.
Student voice matters because they should be active participants in their learning.
We can help ignite their passions, build on their curiosity, and help them make an impact on the world.
Because everyone deserves a chance to be heard.
That is the power of student voice.
I'm Evan, and I have a voice. My name is Jocelyn, and I have a voice. I have a voice. I'm Thomas Blackwood. You need to hear it.
All right, so I just kind of found that to be inspiring when I think of our students and the voice that they have and that they deserve to have in our classrooms. From personal experience, when I started using Flipgrid as a way for my students to share their thoughts, it was so cute. So we have headphones that have the built-in microphones, and you don't have to have that. There are lots of other options if you don't have the headphones with the mics. But it was so cute because they were putting on those headsets and the little microphones, and they just felt like they were YouTube stars. And it was just super cute and exciting to see them interacting. I have one student who is very shy, and she participates to the best of her abilities. She does think, pair, share with her partner when we ask her to do that. But she's quiet, and sharing her ideas in front of all of her classmates is overwhelming. Even though we've got a risk-taking, a environment that allows them to take risks, it's still overwhelming to some kids. And I remember the first time that she did a Flipgrid video, it was eye-opening to me as an educator because she just lit up. Her face was shining and she was talking and just kept going on and on and on, and she was animated with her words and actions, and it was just great to see her, that side of her, because that's not a side that I typically see during the normal class day. She's just shy and reserved, but Flipgrid gave her the opportunity to shine and to be herself. So Flipgrid is pretty simplistic. There's not it's not very hard to figure it out. There are tons and tons of resources out there in order to support your use of Flipgrid. So the first thing that you would want to do is you will want to go to the Flipgrid website if you haven't already done so. And when you're on that Flipgrid website, it is going to ask you to log in. I just log in with all of my Google information so that it's all connected and I don't have to worry about another password to remember or anything like that. And what you see as an educator will be different than what your students see. You have a lot of editing options that like you can delete a video, like if a student makes a mistake and doesn't want that video posted, you as the teacher can go in and edit it and share it and things like that. So after you get logged in, the first thing that you will want to do is you will create a new grid. And as you can see on this screen, I have a couple of different grids created. So this very first one is Third Grade Whiz Kids. That happens to be our team name at school. And that is where I have kept all of the videos that are from this school year. And then I can go through next year if I want to remember what I did or I want to show students as a model some of the ideas that we had from last year. Here I have a Kentucky Go Digital one. If we have time at the end, I would love for us to try to post a few videos, nothing too complex, just a nice hi and where we're from. And then if you look down here, this one that says biography, this was one that we did as a third grade team. Another teacher created this grid, and this little airplane means that I'm a co-pilot. And so I have the ability to get in and see and edit and change things that are on that grid. And I'll talk a little bit more about co-pilots and how you can utilize that option farther along in our presentation. So once you get to the Make a Grid, then you have a lot of different things to choose from. So when I'm here, if I want to go to New Grid, this community type. Now, when we are at school, I do just click on the one that says school email. So this means that when I put out a topic for my students to respond to, whether I share it on my smartboard or I share it via Google Classroom to make it easy for them, that they have to be logged in with a school email. The nice thing about the Chromebooks is it remembers your username and password once you've logged in at the beginning. All you have to do is sign in with Google and it remembers all of that information for you. And it makes it really convenient and easy for the students. It made it for first grade in particular, it made a world of a difference when they gave that as an option. It used to be where you had to type in your email, and they've since changed that. And that was a great change and improvement when they made Flipgrid Microsoft and free. Student ID, I honestly have not had to do that. And for today's purposes, I did make mine public so that anyone, if you don't have a @stu.kenton.ky school email address, that we have access to that as well. But I'll want to make sure that I go back in and change that. Just for the safety of your students, it's nice to just use the school email so that you can limit the audience on who's looking at it. So then you're just going to name your grid. So something like Third Grade Rocks for next year. And then this will be the code that you use. However, you can share it via Classroom as well, or they could just go to flipgrid.com and then you can give them a code that takes them straight to your topic versus straight to the grid. All right. So here, this is where you were going to add in what you want your school, whatever email domain you want to have access to this grid. And I always just do @stu.kenton, and then that allows my students to be able to see it. And there are ways that you can still share it with parents, even though parents don't have that student email. Once you launch your grid, it will pop up in your screen of grids, and you can click on your grid and it's going to show you everything that you have on your grid. And once you click on the grid, or on the topic, I'm sorry, then you as the teacher will have access to everyone's screens and videos that they've posted. So, all right, coming back to here. After you create a grid, then you're going to start creating or editing your topics. And that is super simple. Like I said, Flipgrid has done an awesome job of making sure that their website is very user-friendly, and they have so many resources that sometimes it's overwhelming. They have so many resources. If I wanted to create a new topic, I simply just click on new topic and it's going to give me a lot of options. And so if I just wanted to title this one, Kentucky Go Digital, then I definitely have my topic in there. Here, I don't have to add a topic tip, but if you had a tip for your students, depending on what topic you're talking about, that's where you would want to put that. Here you do have some options on how long you would like your students to have when they're doing their video. A minute 30 is a nice amount of time for most topics, although you might want something longer, especially if you have older students. So that's where you can change the time that you can allow your students to do. Now this part is required. This is kind of like your directions page. And I'm just going to type in directions. But this is where you could add specific directions. Like if you wanted to do a Flipgrid at a workstation where you weren't going to be there to give directions directly to the students every time, then this would be very helpful to them. Or if you assigned it to them when they were at home, this directions page gives you an opportunity to tell them exactly what you want to do. Down here, you can approve the video before it posts to the topic page. And what that will do is it gives you a chance to watch the video before all of the other students see it. Teaching third grade, most of my students their videos are always appropriate and on task. But I could see that video moderation being very helpful, especially at the beginning of the year as you get to know your students and they get to know your expectations. You might want to use that as an option. Here, your grid type, you already decided that on the grid main page. So if you wanted to change that, so mine is public right now just for the sake of being able to show everybody everything, but I will go back in and make that the school email on the grid main page when I'm done with this today. So it's just reminding you what your setting is for that. You can't really change it within your topic. You'll have to go back to the grid. This next part is nice because this is where if your topic is active, that means that everyone is posting to it and it's open and available for posts. Hidden would mean that it's still on your grid, but people can't see it for some reason. You don't need it any longer, but you don't want to delete it or anything. And then frozen is a great thing that they have recently added. And frozen means that your videos will stop. So, your topic will no longer allow people to post new videos. I kind of learned that the frozen button is very important the hard way. It really wasn't the hard way. It was cute. But over winter break, we were on snow days for quite some time. And so as a third grade team, we sent out a Flipgrid topic for our students. We shared it via Remind and Google Classroom. So our students got on, and they were just telling us what they were doing on their snow day. And it was a great way to get to know them and see their personalities and how they're different at home than they are at school. And it was a really cute activity. But I'd forgotten to come back and hit Frozen on that topic. And on spring break, I got an email that said, hey, you have a new Flipgrid added to one of your topics. So I thought, oh, okay, what's going on? So I clicked on it, and one of the students had gone back into Google Classroom and clicked on the link and just looked for one of the snow day activities that Mrs. Carey forgot to freeze, and added some more videos about what she was doing on spring break. So it was cute, but it did remind me, oh, that frozen button is a nice feature that I can go in and freeze it so that they can watch the old videos, but they can't upload any new videos. Here, the launch, you can launch it on a particular date. So if you're planning ahead, that gives you the option to change that date so that you can create it earlier than you have it posted. And then you can put a freeze date in there as well. Down here, it gives you the option of adding any of these resources that you might find beneficial for your students to have, whether it's a picture or a video or even just a cute little emoji to grab their attention. You could also model by recording a video of what you expect your students to do in their response. So if it was a back to school getting to know you, you could record your own and they would be able to watch that as a resource. Here you can add extra things from Google Docs or YouTube if you felt like that would enhance their Flipgrid, their video or anything. This is another section that you'll want to pay close attention to. This is the communicating with each other component of Flipgrid. So here you can allow them to have stickers and drawings onto their selfie. So they'll record a video and then they take a selfie and they can add stickers and drawings to their selfie, or you could just choose stickers only, drawing only, or none. I usually tend to limit my third graders with how many stickers. I don't mind that they do the stickers. I think it's cute. I think it gives a little bit of an individual flair to their video. But I have learned that 3 stickers is a nice number because one, they could spend up to 20 minutes adding stickers to their selfie, or sometimes they just keep piling on sticker upon sticker upon sticker. So it's just nice to have that option to limit them to stickers only, or just telling them, hey, this is our limit. This next part does allow students to have video reactions to each other's videos that they post. This is one of their favorite things to do. They love to, give each other a mic drop emoji or a like or a little on fire emoji. And they love to see who gave them the emojis and how many they have. So that is an option. You can turn that on or off if you want students to have that ability to like each other's videos. Here, the number of times the video has been viewed, you can turn that on or off. It is something that I tend to turn off just by personal preference, because third graders love YouTube, and they know that the more views a YouTuber gets, the more money that the YouTuber is going to get paid. And so it kind of became a distraction from the Flipgrid purpose that I had for my classroom. So I do tend to turn off the video views. I had a student who kept getting back in and out of his own video to try to drive up his likes and brag to the class. And I'm like, we don't have 58 people, so I'm not sure how you have 58 views. But it was harmless fun. But I do tend to turn that off so it doesn't become a distraction and they do stay on topic and and focus on what they're supposed to be doing. You can allow them to reply via video to another student. That's something that if you choose to do, you do want to make sure that you have those expectations and you have modeled for students how to appropriately respond to each other. And then they can add a title to their video if you want them to do that. Then down in the feedback section, this is more for teachers being able to provide feedback to their students. And there's lots of resources about the feedback section in there. So once you create a topic, I'm going to go ahead and hit cancel out because I have quite a few topics already created. Once you have created a topic, then your students will have access to it. And I was trying to think of a way to do it without my students' names on there. But when you do share your topic, you have a lot of choices to do within there. And let me just flip back to here so I make sure I'm on it. Talked about student access, sharing. You can share it with the world, or you can limit who you share your responses to. You can share a whole grid, or a topic, sorry. Once you're on your topic page, this is the teacher view. Here on this share button, it does give you choices on how you want to share. So if you want to share that whole topic, let's say that you did book reviews. So my third graders did book reviews, and we wanted to share it with another third grade classroom. I could share it I could share the whole topic with the other third grade teacher, and she would be able to see it. I could also share it with the class so they can go in and watch each other's videos. And you have lots of sharing options. The QR code is the newest option that they have. And this is great if you wanted to hang it out in the hallway as student work. Then people who are in the hallway can, if they have a device, they can scan the QR code and it will pull up your student's video for them to watch, or if you wanted to send it home that way. Google Classroom, it's great to share on Google Classroom. My students are very used to seeing each other's grids. That's kind of, they love making the grid, but I think they love watching each other and seeing what the other videos are like even more than creating their own. So share to Google Classroom is a great feature that all you have to do is click and then choose which classroom you want to have it shared to. And then students will be able to access that. One thing that I have done that keeps them on topic of those when they watch each other's videos is they will have a Post-it note, and they know I've modeled how to set up their Post-it note. So they usually have a smiley face, and then they have like a thinking emoji. And on the smiley face side, they write down something that they liked or they found was a great idea from that video. And then on the thinking emoji side, that is a question that they were left with. For example, if we were doing a math explain your thinking, and my students held up their, I gave them a word problem, they solved the word problem, they held up their paper and explained it through their Flipgrid video, and then we would go back and watch each other's. If someone said I added the numbers together, and on their feedback form, they might write, what numbers did you add together? Or another question that just kind of left them pondering, I need a little more clarification on this. And when we started out doing it, kids were very vague and very short with their answers, especially in math when they were explaining their thinking. But the more we did the Post-it notes and we built that risk-taking community so it was okay to give feedback, we created a poster of what productive feedback or helpful feedback sounds like. And so they had a little poster that they could refer to. That's something like, I wonder what would happen if, or I really liked it when you, so they're more sentence starters because especially for the primary ages, those sentence starters are very helpful, because sometimes they have a great idea or a great question, but modeling for them how to appropriately answer that, or ask that question is very important, before you just let them do it. But by the end of the school year, when they were doing short answers or extended responses, and they were explaining their thinking, they were much better at it. And it was because they had had so much practice without really realizing they were practicing it. Because for most people, it's easier to talk and share things, verbally than it is to handwrite things. And so they were getting a lot of practice explaining their thinking without really realizing what they were doing. And then when they were getting the feedback from the Post-it notes, that was helping them. It was like peer editing without having to go back and rewrite things. So that was a great little tool that we used. Of course, you can share on Remind if you have that as an option, and then you can embed a code if you have a resource or a document or a website or something that you wanted to do that on. I tend to stay away from embedding it on a web page, just because I want to limit who sees it and who doesn't see it. With that being said, if you wanted a particular student's response to be shared with everyone, and I'll use this one because it does not have pictures of my students, but if I wanted to share this, these all say Classroom C, and that is because I do have 4 iPads in my classroom, and when we do things like Chatterpix or do ink, and we do some app smashing where we do it in Chatterpix and then we toss it into Flipgrid as our platform to share it with everyone. All of those iPads are logged into my Classroom Carry account for my Apple ID, so that I only have to pay for it once, and then I can use the cloud and put it on all 4 iPads. So these do all come up Classroom C. There's no longer a choice to be able to change that name, but when I click on it, I know what student it is. So if I wanted to share, let's see, these were cute little book reviews that they did. They chose a book and then they drew the main character, and then they had to write a little book blurb about it. And then we used Chatterpix to make the main character look like it was talking. So I don't know that the video or the sound is coming through, but so, pause. So if I wanted to spark this video, I wanted students to see this video because it was a really good example of what the assignment was, I can spark that response, which means it'll put it near the top. So it's one of the first videos they watch. Here, I've never added responses to mixtapes or anything. That's something that I just haven't used. So I actually don't know a lot about that one. Or I can give them I can make it a featured response, which again makes it something that I want my students to watch. You can leave a vibe for your students, and that's like the up and down, or the not the down, but the thumbs up, or the mic drop, or the on fire. I can reply to them as the teacher, and then also I can add a little comment if I want to say, hey, this is great. I loved the vocabulary you used in your book review. It made me really want to check out this cool book. I can add that right there in that comment section. And then here you've got, you could grade them on a rubric, which is a nice feature to have. And you can edit your rubric or read the rubrics that they have as options right there where it says edit the rubric. And then you can also score them on a performance based on a rubric as well. You want to make sure that you share that rubric with your students before, as always, for best practice purposes, so that they know what your expectations are for those things. I don't always score them on ideas or performance. I like for them to have that opportunity to just, share their ideas. I can share this if I want to. So this particular student, if I wanted to share this Flipgrid video with her parent, I do have the option of sharing the same way that I could share the whole topic. I can share individuals' videos with their parents too, which helps with that, keeping your students safe on the internet. All right. One idea that I did this year, and I thought it was super cute, and there are so many good ideas. If you just look up Flipgrid or hashtag Flipgrid Fever on Twitter, the ideas are overwhelming. There's so many of them. But all I did was create my topic, and I shared the flip code with my families via Remind in Google Classroom. And then their only thing was to tell me something about themselves. And it was great because you got to see them at home in their element where they're comfortable. They can record their video, then they can delete it if they don't like it, re-record it. And it just gives them the confidence to be able to put their best self forward because they know they have the option to redo it if they didn't like it the first time. And for a lot of students, that is very helpful. It helps build their confidence over time. If they know they can talk and delete and talk and delete, then over time they get more comfortable with it, and they're more likely, it flows over into your classroom environment as well, because they're comfortable talking to a device, and now I'm becoming more comfortable to talk with other people as well. All right, so that was really cute when we did that. I got to learn a lot about my students. We did another snow day activity where they needed to teach us something. So again, I created the topic, sent it home to the parents so that the students had access to it. And I had someone who taught us how to make gingerbread cookie ornaments. And it was a quick version because we had 5 minutes. Another one taught us how to make slime. Someone solved a really difficult math problem. Another student built a Christmas tree out of Legos. So it was just really cool to get to see them at home doing things that we don't normally do at school. One student built a bow and arrow, and I thought that was so cool because that's not something that we would ever do. We wouldn't whittle sticks at school. But to know that that was a skill that he had and a passion that he had to build things out of wood just gave me more information about him as a person, and so I could help him more as a student. Let's see. All right, home to school connection. I kind of already talked about this. I got ahead of myself. These are things that we sent home on snow days where they taught the class how to do something. What did you enjoy doing on your snow day? Kids were so cute. Kids were in pajamas, laying in bed, reading a book. Someone else was outside snowboarding. Someone else threw a snowball at the person who was holding the video, or who was recording the video. And it's so cool how their voice really does come out. And that Flipgrid is such a great way to show that. Some other things, there is something on Flipgrid. They have tons and tons of resources on how do you Flipgrid. I've got like 5 minutes, so I'm going to plow through this quickly. I thought I was going to have a hard time talking about it for 45 minutes, but I guess not. Fluency practice is one thing that I want to really talk about. So when I taught first grade, the more that they read, the better they become. And so I would have that as a station on their read to self station for daily 5. They could read to Flipgrid. And then that gave me the opportunity to go back and listen to them read, and not just trust a 6-year-old to be reading to self. When they may look like they're reading, but when they were doing their Flipgrid video, I knew they were reading and I knew they were practicing. And they would practice over and over to make it sound just right. But that is another list of options that you have. It looks like Ashley had a question about sending it in her back to school letter with a QR code. And I think that is an excellent idea. That way your students could do it before the school year even starts. So yeah, I love that idea. Great thinking, Ashley. Let's see, app smashing. This is very simple. So this is a screen of all the apps that you can smash into Flipgrid. And app smashing is basically just creating work in one format and pushing it through to Flipgrid in order to share it. So you can app smash very easily after you create your topic and you share it with your students. Down here, there is an blue circle, and that blue circle is your settings wheel, and it gives you the option to upload a video or import a video. And I've done that so many times with Chatterpix and Do Ink. That way we can all see the videos. Grid Pals is something else that is available, and you sign up for Grid Pals, and then you can get paired with someone around the world to be your Grid Pal. So it's kind of like modern day pen pals, and you do it via Flipgrid, and it's almost like you've got little FaceTime videos going back and forth to each other. We did it with a school in California, and we made Valentine's Day cards and used Chatterpix. So we sent them Chatterpix Valentine's Day cards. They drew a cute little a heart, and decorated it, and then made the heart talk. So it was super cute, and we shared that via Flipgrid. And then we also had videos where we would ask them a question, or they would ask us a question about where we lived or what life was like in Kentucky versus California. And so that was pretty cool. And you can add a co-pilot, which is 2 teachers. You can actually add more than that, but 2 teachers who have editing rights to the grid, so that you're not giving your password to, another teacher in another state or something. If you're still searching for ideas, if you go to the Flipgrid Disco library, it is full of ideas. Like, I know it says 5,000 plus, but there are 6,000 plus ideas from various backgrounds. Something that's new is scavenger hunts. I am looking forward to learning a little bit more about that this summer. This is just kind of the beginner's guide if you felt like you needed more information. And we'll skip that part. If you follow Flipgrid on Twitter or Instagram, or search #FlipGridFever, you are going to get so many great ideas from educators around the world. So don't forget to complete the share form at the closing session of Kentucky Go Digital in order to get your PD certificate. And I am very excited to be a part of Kentucky Go Digital, and I hope you are having an awesome day learning all these cool things from all these amazing educators around the state.
Jen, thank you so much.
No problem.
Awesome. Amplifying student voice and Flipgrid, that's some great stuff, and I know everybody got a lot out of it, so appreciate you being willing to connect and share with us today. Feel free to connect with Jen on Twitter. I'm sure she'd be willing to continue sharing and connecting with you guys. I'm going to mute myself here, get some music going, and we'll transition to Jennifer here in about 10 minutes. All right.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks, Jennifer. or Jen, sorry. Okay, that's music one, so wow.
Instagram.com.
Okay, we are live for PM session, the PM Create and Share session with the one and only Jennifer Gasser. Ready, Jennifer?
I am ready. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm turning it over to you. It is all yours.
Thank you. Make sure. All right, am I up? All right, there I am. Hi, everyone. I am here to present Google Sites. I have just recruited another teammate of mine, so she is also here, Michelle. She had no idea that she was going to be participating with this today, and she is now. So, Michelle, if you're there, you can say hello to everyone. I am going
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Trying to switch this over. If I'm switching, all right, let me get my settings. If I'm switching over, Michelle, to the slides, sorry, everyone, first time.
Hey, it's okay. Are you trying to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll want to, do you see the little blue up in the top left corner by the Google in the Hangout? If the little green arrow, it says screen share.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Click on that, and then you'll have to like click on share your screen with like it'll say share it with everyone. There you go. You're good to go.
All right. Thank you. All right, is it coming up now?
Yep, we're good.
All right, thank you. So this year, for the first time, by no means am I an expert when it comes to Google Sites. I just this year decided to start using Google Sites in different ways, and I'm actually very excited about what we're doing at Beechwood with Google Sites. The first thing we started with, we decided to start with student digital portfolios this year, and so this was our first attempt to see what we were able to come up with. When I started with the student digital portfolios, I started to get into Google Sites a little bit more. So then I started doing digital breakouts which I liked. And because this year a lot of parents were asking, we were using as a class, Class Remind, the whole 5th grade, we were using Google Classroom. We were using just a bunch of different ways that we were communicating with parents. But one thing they asked for was for us to put it into one specific area. And so our team this year, at the end of the school year, we went ahead and created a Google Sites. And I am very excited to share that with you. And I think the parents are going to get exactly what they were asking for. So first, we're going to start with the digital portfolios. For the digital portfolios, student examples. This year, if you notice, we started homepage. In 4th grade, they started to create their portfolio. And the first year, they start putting things that they were most proud. This year at 5th grade, we decided to change up a little bit. We added one for every single class they were in. And we decided for them, instead of it just to be their best work, we decided to showcase a lot of their work and ask more for a reflection this year. So the Beechwood Way is, we are showing resilience, we're showing growth, we're showing excellence or greatness, and we are showing fearlessness. So when doing projects, we were asking the students to go on and not just complete a project, but to assess themselves and show how they showed resilience, how they showed growth, excellence, and fearlessness. So we have a lot more videos on the digital portfolios. We have projects that they've done or pictures. We created podcasts this year, and so the students had to share their podcast, but they also had to show their podcast organizer. And then again, they had to go through the reflection process and show what they learned along the way while doing the project. When we were doing different writing pieces, they had to show where they grew in voice, show, don't tell, sensory details. So they had to go through a piece and they had to actually show specific areas that they felt that they showed voice or show, don't tell, and sensory details, where they went in for dialogue and sentence flipping, and they were able to showcase that they learned along the way. So as we went through, we were starting to see a lot more growth in the students by doing changing things up and tweaking them this year. One thing somebody mentioned in an earlier session, just if you see the students for permission, they needed to put in here that it was permission for anyone with a link to share. So that's something else we're going to talk about. I went ahead and I showed some of the different Benjamin's digital portfolio. Again, it started with 4th grade. Students showed different things that they had done while in 4th grade, which they showed. These are the pieces that they were most proud of. And then in 5th grade, we asked them to change it up again. And so they have their presentation, but a lot more reflection, or at least they should have a lot more reflection there. So if you look at my presentation that I have linked, we have a couple of different examples going through this. Again, I believe social studies, we did projects together, historical fiction. So the students had to go through and not only show in language arts, but they had to show in social studies their settings, which they took and showed that they were historically accurate, or some of their clothing, historical figure. They had to take somebody from social studies class that they learned about and how they put it into their historical fiction piece. So they not only were reflecting in language arts, but they were having to show this in social studies as well. And then we took these digital portfolios and we put them all on one link, ePortfolio link. And now at the end of this year, I'm going to be able to take, this is every student in 5th grade. And so now I'm going to be able to take that ePortfolio link, and then I can share that now with the 6th grade teacher. And so the 6th grade teacher will still have a copy and a link of every student, can add any student that they need. And so every year, we have 4th grade, we have the 5th grade, and they already have a 6th grade button ready to go so that they're ready to start as soon as school starts next year. So that is how we use the student digital portfolios. From there, I decided to start doing digital breakouts. So I was trying to find a way that I could incorporate Storyworks, which we were using in a center that the students were able to, with the quizzes, and they have a whole thing on adverbs and adjectives and grammar. And so we were trying to find a way to get them to get into the magazine and to be able to complete the work that needed to be done. But while I was working with other students, they could still see whether they were successful or not. So here's an example. I took the title Storyworks Breakout from the February 2018 issue. I included here a form, and then I went through the story. I included a picture of the story so the students knew exactly which story they needed to be on. And through that, then I clicked and I had a link. So then I changed up slightly. I took their quiz. I used the snipping tool, put it on a Google Doc. And then I put at the bottom, look at your answers. How many were A's, how many B's, how many C's, how many D's. And then together, this created a code. So when they figured out the answer and they got their code correct, then they had to come back here to the 4-code lock and see if they were correct in that. If it was correct, it would show, obviously my answer was not correct. So it's telling me it requires an answer, and it would have to be a correct answer for it to continue. If it were red, the answer was not correct. If it were green, they could move on. And at the end of this, they would have to get the 4-number lock, then a number lock. So again, I just changed it up. They had, again, go through the quiz, take the quiz, and then at the bottom, write them in order, number 1 through 4, only using the first letter of each direction, up, down, left, right. So just changing it up a little bit, giving them, just changing a quiz to make it a little bit more challenging, fun. They had a directional lock, word power, verbs, adjectives. So they went through the entire magazine, and then when they were able to break out and hit submit, then it told them congratulations. So they did not even need to come to me to check the answers. They knew that they were getting it correct when the entire form was completed. So went through, that was our Storyworks. The kids seemed to really enjoy that. And so then I started changing out, we did a couple more. Every time we get a new Storyworks magazine, we were making it into a digital breakout. But then we decided to try task cards. So again, as I was working with students, I put task cards up in the hall. So this was very generic. As you can see with this, I just put task cards number 1, 2, 3. It doesn't even have the question. The kids had to go out in the hallway. You could put these up in a classroom. You could put them up in a hallway. You could put them in desks and have kids move around, however you decide to do that. So I had the kids, they would have to go through task cards 1 through 10 first. Once they went through 1 through 10, and they were able to see that their answers were correct, then they were able to move on to the next form and do task cards number 11 through 20, 21 through 30, 31 through 40. I was able to change this up quite easily for anyone that I had to, if I had to differentiate, if I had to take some off for students, for some students, I decided to take off task cards number 21 through 42. For others, I gave them all of the task cards, but I eliminated one of the answers. So I would take out D. So that I was able to assign this to different students on Google Classroom based off of different things that they needed throughout this. Some of the students, they just had to get the top part correct. And then others, I added a different challenge. Alyssa was given which role. If she had all the A's, Wicked Witch, you would tally up how many A's, how many B's, how many C's, how many D's. And then the person, after completing all task cards and making sure your answers are correct, then you would see which role she got by the most amount of correct answers. So if B was the most answer correct, then she ended up having the Dorothy as her role in the play. So just again, changing it up, using task cards. I got these task cards and this entire thing from Teaching with the Mountain View. It was, again, just an easy way I could work with students I could help them on task cards, but I knew that others were still getting their work checked and they were able to progress at the level that they, at the pace that they needed. So that was the generic task card. You can absolutely take this task card and put it any of your task cards using Google Forms. And again, back to school mystery theater. This was Google Sites, the old classic sites, which I believe by next year will no longer be in existence. So I will have to take this and put it to the new Google Classroom sites, which is actually pretty easy to do. Again, I connected the script that I had. I just sent the PDF to me, was able to assign the script to the students. So I'm saving paper by being able to do this, not having to make copies. They read the script. They had to figure out a clue at the end of each script and answer all the questions. And when they hit submit, if it was correct, then they knew that they had solved their back to school mystery. So I like that it's student paced, and the students like that they could work and know the answers along the way. So that was digital breakouts. So that is basically how I had used it all year. And then my team all year from parents, the feedback had been that they wanted a place to be able to keep all of our Google sites or all of our information. And so Amanda Claire and I, when we went to KISTI this year, we saw a presentation and somebody had put all of their information onto a Google Sites. So I brought that back to our team. And at the end of the year, we were talking about ways to improve based off of parent feedback. And this was the one area that we felt that we really needed to take the next step. So we decided to create this Beechwood fifth grade website. And I am extremely proud of the work that we've done. Michelle and I have been working today, improving, even as we've been getting different ideas off of the different sessions. Heather, Toby, Michelle, and I have worked, still have a lot of work to do, but this is our homepage. We decided after seeing another example today, I liked the homework planner. And so I took and put on a Google slide. So this is something that with this Google slide, I can easily change out now. I can go to my Google Slides. Sorry about that, I'm getting a phone call in the middle of this. I can go to my slides here and change it out every single week. And then it easily changes out so the students are able to see based off of the date that I have here. They're able to see every single week, this would be where we would put our homework. So August 12th through the 16th, 2019, that's the first week we're back. No homework, obviously, the very first week they're back. We will just continue adding the dates. So it makes it easy for the kids to see exactly what the homework is, the parents. Another thing, important information. We know we're going to be having chapter books, Infinite Campus checks. The very first week back, we have a field trip that we needed to get the forms in. So I will have more information. Obviously, I'll be updating this and have specific information there. We decided to add a calendar. And so the entire team is able through Google, we are all on this Google Calendar. So any events, any first day of school, we'll be able to add on there. We'll be able to add when we have our back to school events. Any event that we have for the entire year, if we want to put due dates, if we have some kind of project that is going to take several weeks, we can make sure that due date is here so the parents are better able to see exactly what's going on, field trips, any information on the calendar. And parents can then click on this calendar, go to the calendar, and they can print off anything that they need as well. So that makes it easier for our parents. I know for me, it's just hard to keep all my kids' information straight. So it's really nice to have a calendar that can be printed off. We went ahead and we have all of our information for all of our teachers. We went ahead and put a link. Here's my link. It goes straight to my email. So if any parent would like to email us, all they have to do is click on our name. It takes them straight to an email, and that information is right there instead of them trying to find our email address. It has our phone number extension, our Twitter handle if the parents want to follow us, and we started to put our back to school letters on there so parents are able to learn a little bit about us when they come. Every week last year, we put out a weekly newsletter, and we usually would send that out every week, Sunday evenings, so long as one of us didn't forget or if we had everything together. So this year it's going to be a lot easier. The parents last year received it on email every week, and then parents, whenever they were trying to find information, had to go back scrolling through email to find it. Now it's in this one location. So we were able to put, here's our week one. Obviously, we don't have it ready to go. We have our weekly newsletter date on here. Takes it just straight to a Google Doc, which makes it really nice and easy for the parents. It's up there. It is a live document, so we go back and we change these as the days progress. So if our plans change, it will show up changed on our weekly newsletter. And so for any student that's ever absent, all they have to do is look at the homework on the home page and look at the newsletter if they need to find information as to exactly what we're doing. Thanks to Michelle today. She put together the links and extensions. So Google Classroom, Teach TCI, Google Drive. Our students use Lexia and Dreambox, and this next year they're going to be in Vocabulary. So a lot of the sites that the students are using, we wanted to make sure that there was an easy link for them to get to all these different sites. So now it's right here on this Google Sites here. We have, again, all of our classes and all of our class information on here. Right now, I don't have much more than links that students can use. So here are different links, different games they can use, play at home. These are all free. I also have the first set of my monthly task cards where students, if they want extra practice for reading skills, they can play school at home. There are fun enrichment activities at the end, so they can get into these if they are looking for anything more to improve their reading skills. Social studies, we have a lot of links. Students, again, can get on, check out all of this information. A lot of games on here, quizzes, timelines. So a lot of information that they'll get this year in social studies class will be located right here. Same with math, and then same with science as well. I decided to add, so picture gallery was something that we thought the kids would really enjoy this year. So we went ahead and we did the Million Word Club. We have a challenge out for fifth graders to see if they can read 1 million words throughout the school year. And so this year, for the first time, we went ahead and put the Million Word Club on there. And whenever a student enters the Million Word Club because they've read that 1 million words, we are going to have their pictures on here. And I think the kids will like to be able to see their picture and feel that achievement. We also are going to do class candids, any field trip we go on, or different things that we're doing in the classroom. If we're going to put it on Twitter, we thought it would also look, for parents who don't have a Twitter account, this would be a great place for them to be able to see what the students are doing in the 5th grade. And last, we went ahead and we put on our standards and our objectives. With a lot of changes coming through, I know social studies isn't out yet, so that will be up here once that's out. I know the reading and writing standards have changed a little bit, so went ahead and put together slides the parents are able to see exactly the expectations of what all 5th graders are doing in the classroom and what we are teaching. We also figured this would be a great way for our 5th grade students to be able to go themselves to the reading and writing standards, or social studies, or science, or math. And when we're doing a project, we can say, go to your reading and writing standards, or whatever subject you're in, and tell me what standard you feel we're trying to cover at this point. Because I feel the more that the students know their standards, the more they understand why they are learning what they are doing. So that right there is how we decided to start putting together our Google Sites. I'm very excited about this. I know Michelle is very excited about it, Toby and Heather as well. I think this will be a game changer for 5th grade. I think the parents will like the format better. We obviously, we are tweaking it as we are going. Things may change, but I like that you can easily change and fix anything that needs to be done. So this work in progress, as parents, if they have suggestions, we can put it in there, or students as well. So with the remainder of the time, we thought maybe you would like to tell us what you would like to learn more about when it comes to Google Sites. Some of you guys you know a lot about Google Sites. Do you want to know how to start a Google site? Would you like to see, if you have any questions, we are here to answer anything at this point, and see what we can help you with. I know, Michelle, you're still there. You can help answer any questions as well. I'm looking here at YouTube. So if anyone has any questions, if you do not have a question, then I will start showing you how to go ahead and build a Google Sites from start, and how we started doing all of this. I'm looking here for just, can I show how to add the calendar? Thank you, Ashley. Yes, I will go ahead and show how to add a calendar. So if you are going to, I'm going to go to just my main sites. So this button right here is where I'm going to edit. Our entire team has access to this. So anybody, as you can see, Michelle's in here with me right now. Anyone on my team can go in here. So this is what the page is going to look like. The first thing I showed you to begin with was the view that the parents will have and the students. But this is the view that the teachers have. It is so user-friendly now that Google Sites has changed. So you can go over here and you have insert. You can insert a text box, an image. You can embed a link, and you can pick anything out from your drive. You could choose a table of contents down here. They have layouts that you can choose. And you can go here where it says calendar. So I went ahead, and I'll just add another section because I can delete this later. So I'm going to go and click calendar. And then these are all the different calendars that I am signed up, that I have shared with somebody. So Google Classroom has a calendar. So my language arts, 1, 2, each of my classrooms has a specific calendar. So that would be for any due dates. If you put an assignment in Google Classroom and you say that you want to have, if you put a specific due date for an assignment, that due date will actually show up then on your calendar. So say we're going to do the 5th grade team calendar. It's as simple as inserting it. When you go into this, you can go into your settings. And when you go into your settings, you can decide, do you want it to be shown by the month? You can even show it by the week, or you can show it just by the agenda and how this format right here. So that would just list each day if there is something specific on there. So as you can see through this view, I have something here for Kentucky Go Digital, and then I don't have anything on the calendar until August the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th. So those, that is how you add a calendar. I see people saying that they are starting. Feel free to reach out at any point if you have any questions. Looking any other questions that anybody has on there. If not, I'll just go ahead and start. So the first thing you're going to do is go to Sites. As you can see, I have a lot of sites on here. And I'm going to go here to the plus sign. Type in my title. You can change the image. I love it. It's so user-friendly. If you decide to change your image, select an image. Just because I would love to be at the ocean right now, I'll put that in. So you can choose this for any of your headers. If you are going to insert different pages, so this is where I had my different pages that said classes. I click new page, I click the plus sign, hit classes. Then with the 3 dots over here, these are little tips that I have learned. I make sure when I click on that, you can make that the home page, which I don't want to do. You can duplicate the exact page if you would like. You can add different properties. You can even add a subpage. So this is how I added the subpage. So this is then how I would add language arts. And then if I come back up here, I can hit add subpage, math. Social studies. Now, one couple things I want to mention as I'm adding these different pages. Say we go into language arts here. If I want to insert from my drive, let's say I want to add a form. So say I'm looking and I decide to just add my 4th quarter required reading form. One thing that my students had a lot of trouble with this year, as you were able to see when we were looking at the student links, I did it myself today when I was putting something up, and luckily Michelle was able to catch it right away. When I was adding, I think it was the homework planner, I forgot to make sure, and that's in my Google Slides. That is, I'm going to show you real quick. When I'm in my Google Slides or I'm in anything, you need to make sure that the links are available to everybody. So that means if I go into my drive, and I pull up my homework planner, in my settings, when I hit share, I need to make sure that this says anyone with the link can view, because if I in my Google Sites do not have that, then parents, parents need to be able to see it. Everybody needs to be able to see that. So you need to make sure that the links are available for everyone. And that is one thing I forgot to do this morning. So when Michelle went in, she said, I can't even see what the homework planner looks like. So always have somebody else check it to make sure that all your links are up and running the way that they need to be going. You can go back after you add anything on here. You can insert, like I said, all of these different things. I like, just go in and play around with the different buttons. It really is how you like things. I like the look of a button. So for example, if I was going to embed a link to my homework planner, I'm going to copy my link and I decide to have my link in here. And I can put it in there like that. Or I can even put homework planner. This is how I did the newsletter homework planner. And then I can put in the link like that. And then you can just stretch this out if you would like it. So it just depends on your view and what you want everybody to see. We have been messing around with this. You can add YouTube videos. You can add dividers. Just divide all the different sections, which I really like. It's easy to move everything. It's easy to size every piece that you want to have in there. If you wanted to add pictures above, below, and click to edit and put a headline there and more information below. The carousel is something that I plan on using when we go into the pictures. And if you put a carousel up, I'm going to put a bunch of pictures here. And when we go on a field trip, it will be one carousel of just that field trip, so that it's not just loads and loads of pictures where you have to keep scrolling down. I figure that'll be a nice way for parents to see it. So just play around with all the different things that you can add. change. But again, we just like the fact, I think our biggest thing this year was the idea of putting all of our information for parents on one place.
Get involved with Kentucky Go Digital. Attend regional events, like us on Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube channel, or follow us on Twitter.